Awaken to the most powerful truth you have ever ignored. You do not need to become anything. You already are. This is not just another book about what you should do or become. It is an awakening to what you already are, and always have been. It is a complete recalibration of your perception of identity, power, and possibility. Prepare to dismantle decades of conditioning and recognize the truth that masters, mystics, and now modern science confirm. You are not separate from the creative power of the universe. You are that power, conscious of itself, experiencing itself through this human form. Allow your subconscious mind to absorb the frequency of your true self. Limitless, powerful, and already complete. Chapter 1. The Hidden Power in 2 Words. There's a moment that changes everything for Sarah. It happened on a Tuesday morning when she looked in the mirror and said, "I am tired." What she didn't realize was that those 3 words, particularly the first 2, had just sent a command rippling through every cell in her body, every neuron in her brain, and into the very fabric of the quantum field surrounding her. Within hours, her energy had drained completely. By evening, she could barely keep her eyes open. She had spoken, and the universe had listened. You've been doing this your entire life without knowing it. Every time you say, "I am," you are activating the most powerful creative force in existence. You're not just describing yourself. You're instructing reality itself on how to organize around you. This isn't poetry. This isn't metaphor. This is quantum mechanics meeting ancient wisdom, and the implications will shake everything you thought you knew about who you are and what you're capable of becoming. The 2 words "I am" are not grammatical constructs. They are commands. They are the programming language of consciousness itself. When you say, "I am broke," you're not reporting a financial status. You're installing a program that will run automatically, filtering every opportunity through the lens of scarcity, causing you to unconsciously reject abundance, even when it's standing right in front of you. When you say, "I am anxious," you're not describing an emotion. You're creating a neurological feedback loop that will generate more anxiety, which will confirm your declaration, which will generate more anxiety in an endless cycle of self-fulfilling prophecy. Scientists at the HeartMath Institute discovered something extraordinary. The electromagnetic field generated by your heart extends several feet beyond your physical body, and this field changes its signature based on your emotional state. But here's what they didn't expect to find. This field responds instantaneously to your declarations of identity. When study participants were asked to make statements beginning with "I am," researchers could measure immediate shifts in their electromagnetic signature. The field literally reorganized itself around the identity being claimed. You are not contained within your skin. You are a broadcasting station, and "I am" is your transmission code. Dr. Joe Dispenza's research with brain scans reveals something even more startling. When you repeat "I am" statements with emotional intensity, your brain cannot distinguish between the declaration and actual lived experience. If you say "I am wealthy" with genuine feeling, your brain begins firing the exact same neural patterns it would if you were actually experiencing wealth. It starts pruning away neural connections associated with scarcity and building new highways of thought aligned with abundance. Your brain is literally rewiring itself based on what you claim to be, not what your current circumstances suggest you are. This is why Michael's life transformed so dramatically. He was a construction worker barely making ends meet, exhausted from 12-hour days, convinced he would never escape the cycle of financial struggle. Then he learned something that changed everything. He learned that he had been unconsciously declaring, "I am struggling," hundreds of times per day. Not always with those exact words, but through phrases like, "I am so tired of this," "I am never going to get ahead," "I am stuck." Each declaration was a command, and his subconscious mind, which controls 95% of his daily behaviors, was simply following orders. Michael began a simple practice. Every morning and every night, he would stand in front of his mirror and declare, "I am abundant. I am prosperous. I am attracting opportunities." At first it felt ridiculous. His bank account certainly didn't agree with these statements. His bills didn't care about his declarations. But something interesting started happening around week 3. He noticed a job posting he would have normally scrolled past. He accepted an invitation to a networking event he would have typically declined. He spoke up in a meeting when he would have usually stayed silent. Within 6 months, he had doubled his income. Within a year, he had started his own successful contracting business. He didn't just change his circumstances, he changed his identity, and his circumstances rearranged themselves to match. The quantum field operates on a principle that physicists call the observer effect. Particles exist in a state of infinite possibility until they are observed, at which point they collapse into a definite state. Your consciousness is the observer, and your declarations of "I am" are the observation that collapses infinite possibility into specific reality. When you say "I am creative," you are selecting from the infinite field of possibility the version of reality where your creativity expresses itself. When you say "I am limited," you are collapsing that same infinite field into a much smaller, more confined experience. This explains why affirmations have failed so many people. They're not failing because affirmations don't work. They're failing because people don't understand the mechanics behind them. If you say, "I am confident," while feeling terrified, you're not reprogramming anything. You're actually reinforcing the disconnect between what you're saying and what you're feeling, which creates more internal resistance. The quantum field doesn't respond to your words alone. It responds to the electromagnetic signature created by the combination of your thoughts and emotions. This is why feeling is the secret. This is why belief is the bridge between desire and manifestation. Your subconscious mind, which neuroscientists estimate processes about 40 million bits of information per second compared to the conscious mind's measly 40 bits per second, is listening to every single "I am" statement you make. And here's the crucial part. Your subconscious mind doesn't judge whether your declarations are true or false, beneficial or harmful, wanted or unwanted. It simply accepts them as commands and begins executing the program. If you declare, "I am not good enough," your subconscious doesn't argue. It doesn't fact-check. It immediately begins filtering your perception to find evidence that confirms this identity, and it starts sabotaging any behavior that would contradict it. Think about that for a moment. You have an incredibly sophisticated biological computer running inside your skull, processing information at a rate that makes the most advanced artificial intelligence look primitive by comparison. And it's taking orders from you all day long through your "I am" statements. The question isn't whether you're programming yourself. You absolutely are. The only question is whether you're doing it consciously or unconsciously, constructively or destructively, in alignment with who you want to become, or in perpetuation of who you've been told you are. There's a reason why. When Moses asked God for his name at the burning bush, the response was, "I am that I am." This wasn't a riddle. This wasn't mystical poetry meant to confuse. This was the revelation of the fundamental creative principle of existence itself. The ultimate power is not I was or I will be. It's I am. Present tense. Eternal now. The point of power, where consciousness meets matter and reality takes form. You have this same power, not because you're divine in some distant, separated sense, but because divinity is the very essence of consciousness itself, and you are consciousness experiencing itself through this particular form. Every spiritual tradition throughout history has pointed to this truth in different languages. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he, declared ancient wisdom. What you think, you become, taught the Buddha. The kingdom of heaven is within you, proclaimed Christ. Modern neuroscience is now validating what the mystics always knew. Your identity creates your reality, not the other way around. You don't become confident because good things happen to you. Good things happen to you because you've claimed confidence as your identity, and your brain literally filters reality to match that frequency. Jennifer discovered this in a way that saved her life. Diagnosed with an autoimmune condition that was progressively worsening, she spent 2 years declaring, "I am sick," every time someone asked how she was doing. Her well-meaning friends would inquire about her health, and she would dutifully report her illness, reinforcing the identity of sick person with every conversation. Her doctor noticed something fascinating in her file. Her symptoms would spike dramatically in the 48 hours following any conversation where she had extensively discussed being ill. The stress response triggered by claiming the sick identity was literally making her condition worse. When Jennifer shifted her declarations to "I am healing and I am getting stronger every day," something remarkable happened. Her immune markers began improving. Her energy returned. Her symptoms reduced. Her doctor, a traditionally trained physician skeptical of anything remotely alternative, was forced to acknowledge that something beyond conventional medicine was at work. Jennifer hadn't just changed her words. She had changed her identity, and her cells had responded. The field of epigenetics now confirms that your beliefs and declarations can literally turn genes on and off, activating healing mechanisms or suppressing them based on the identity you claim. This is not about positive thinking, as some shallow practice of pretending everything is fine when it's not. This is about understanding that you are not a passive observer of your life. You are the active creator of it, and your "I am" declarations are the blueprint from which your biology, your neurology, and the quantum field itself are constructing your experience. Every cell in your body is eavesdropping on your internal dialogue. Every thought creates a chemical reaction. Every emotion generates an electromagnetic field. And tying it all together, orchestrating the entire symphony of your existence, are those 2 words: I am. The reason most people live their entire lives without accessing even a fraction of their true power is because they've been unconsciously using I am as a tool of limitation rather than liberation. They've been reporting their current conditions as if they were permanent identities. I am overweight. I am in debt. I am alone. And the universe, which is nothing but consciousness organizing itself into form, takes these declarations as orders and begins constructing experiences that match them. You're not stuck because of your circumstances. You're stuck because you keep declaring that your circumstances define who you are. What would happen if you understood that every time you say, I am, you are literally speaking reality into existence? What would change if you recognized that you have been given the same creative power that brought stars into being, that caused galaxies to swirl into form, that organized random atoms into the miracle of consciousness itself. You would start treating your words with reverence. You would guard your declarations the way a master jeweler guards precious stones. You would become fiercely protective of what follows those two sacred words, because you would finally understand that you're not just talking, you're creating. Right now, as you hear these words, your brain is processing them through existing neural pathways. Some of what you're hearing confirms what you already believed, and those pathways light up with recognition. Some of what you're hearing contradicts your current programming, and you might feel resistance, doubt, or even irritation. That resistance is actually a good sign. It means you're bumping up against the edges of your current identity, and growth only happens at those edges. Your old programming is trying to protect itself, trying to maintain the familiar patterns, even if they're not serving you. But here's what your old programming doesn't want you to know. It's not permanent. It's not you. It's just a program, and programs can be rewritten. The science of neuroplasticity has proven beyond any doubt that your brain can change at any age, in any condition, given the right stimulus and repetition. You are not hardwired. You are not fixed. You are not doomed to repeat the patterns of your past. Every time you consciously choose a new I am declaration and pair it with the emotion of already being that identity, you are carving new neural pathways. At first, these pathways are like small footpaths through a dense forest, difficult to travel, easy to lose. But with repetition, they become roads, then highways, then the default routes your consciousness travels automatically. This is why what you practice before sleep is so crucial. In the moments before you drift into unconsciousness, your brain shifts from beta waves to alpha, and then theta, the same state experienced in deep meditation. In this state, your critical mind, the gatekeeper that normally filters and judges every thought, becomes quiet. Your subconscious mind becomes extraordinarily receptive. This is the golden window for installing new programming. When you declare, I am statements in this state, you're essentially handing instructions directly to your subconscious without the interference of doubt, logic, or fear. You're planting seeds in the most fertile soil imaginable, and while you sleep, something miraculous happens. Your brain doesn't just rest. It rehearses. It processes the declarations you made before sleep, running simulations, creating neural pathways, integrating this new identity into your biological system. You wake up slightly different than you were when you fell asleep. Do this consistently for 30 days, and you won't just be slightly different. You'll be unrecognizable to your former self. Not because you forced change, but because you aligned yourself with the truth of who you really are, beneath all the conditioning, all the limiting beliefs, all the false identities you've been carrying like heavy bags. You forgot you could set down. The power in those two words, I am, has been with you since the moment you developed language. You've been using it unconsciously, randomly, often destructively, but now you know. Now you understand that you're not describing reality when you say, I am. You're prescribing it. You're not reporting who you are. You're determining who you're becoming. And in this recognition, in this awakening to the creative power you've possessed all along, everything changes. Because once you know that your identity creates your reality, you can never again pretend to be a victim of circumstances. You are the author, and I am is the pen with which you write your story. Chapter 2. The False Identity. You call me. You are not who you think you are. This isn't meant to be unsettling. It's meant to be liberating. Because if you're not who you think you are, then you're also not limited by what you think your limitations are. You're not defined by what you think your failures mean. You're not trapped by what you think your past has determined about your future. The person you've been calling me your entire life is actually a construct, a compilation of other people's opinions, societal expectations, childhood wounds, and repeated patterns that have absolutely nothing to do with your true nature. David was 43 years old when he realized he had been living someone else's life. He was a successful accountant, married with 2 children, living in a nice suburban home with a 2-car garage. On paper, he had everything. In reality, he felt hollow. One evening, during a conversation with a therapist, he was asked a simple question: "Who are you?" He started listing his roles: husband, father, accountant, church member. "No," the therapist interrupted. "Who are you?" David sat there for 7 minutes in complete silence. He had no answer. He had spent 4 decades being what others needed him to be, and somewhere along the way, he had completely lost touch with who he actually was beneath all those roles. This is not unique to David. Neurological research shows that by the time you're 35 years old, approximately 95% of who you are has become a memorized set of behaviors, emotional reactions, unconscious habits, hardwired attitudes, beliefs and perceptions that function like a computer program. You wake up at the same time, think the same thoughts, feel the same feelings, and unconsciously act out the same behaviors. And you call this me. But it's not you. It's programming. It's a persona you created, or that was created for you, to navigate a world that demanded you fit into predetermined boxes. The neuroscientist Dr. Bruce Lipton discovered something revolutionary through his research on cellular biology. He found that less than 5% of our behaviors are controlled by our conscious mind. The part of you that's listening to these words right now. The part that makes deliberate decisions and choices. The other 95% is controlled by the subconscious mind, which was primarily programmed during the first 7 years of your life. During those years, your brain was predominantly in theta wave state, the same hypnotic state adults pay thousands of dollars to access in therapy. In that state, you absorbed everything, every criticism from a parent, every rejection from a peer, every limitation you witnessed in the adults around you, every fear they projected onto you, and all of it got installed as programming that now runs automatically beneath your awareness, controlling your life. Think about what this means. The identity you're defending so fiercely, the personality you think is authentically you, is actually just a collection of downloaded programs from people who were themselves running programs downloaded from their parents, who were running programs from their parents, going back generations. You're not living your life. You're living a hand-me-down existence, unconsciously repeating patterns that were never yours to begin with. The anxiety you feel might not even be yours. It might be your mother's anxiety that you absorbed when you were 3 years old. The belief that money is hard to come by might not be your truth. It might be your grandfather's Depression-era scarcity mindset that filtered down through the generations and took root in your subconscious. Maria grew up in a household where she constantly heard, "We can't afford that," and money doesn't grow on trees. By the time she was 10, she had internalized the identity of someone who can't have nice things. This wasn't a conscious decision. It was osmosis. Her young brain, in its theta state, recorded these statements as facts about reality, about her place in the world, about what was possible for her. For the next 30 years, Maria worked hard, saved diligently, and somehow always found herself right back at the edge of financial struggle. She would get a raise and immediately have a car problem that consumed the extra income. She would save money and then feel compelled to lend it to a family member who never paid it back. Her conscious mind wanted abundance, but her subconscious mind was running a program titled, "I am someone who struggles with money." And that program was infinitely more powerful than her conscious desires. The heartbreaking part is that Maria blamed herself. She thought there was something wrong with her, some inherent deficiency that made her incapable of prosperity. She didn't realize she was simply running a program, and programs can be uninstalled. When she finally understood that her financial identity was not her true nature, but rather an adopted belief system, everything shifted. She began the work of reprogramming, consciously installing new declarations of, "I am abundant and I am prosperous." And within 18 months, her financial reality had completely transformed. Not because she suddenly became a different person, but because she stopped being the person she was never meant to be in the first place. Your brain has a function called the reticular activating system, or AES. This is essentially a filter that determines what information from your environment gets through to your conscious awareness and what gets filtered out. Every single second, your senses are bombarded with about 11 million bits of information. Sights, sounds, sensations, smells. Your conscious mind can only process about 40 bits per second. So your RS acts as a bouncer at the club of your consciousness, deciding what gets in and what stays out. And here's the critical part. Your RS is programmed by your identity. If you identify as, "I am unlucky," your RS will filter reality to show you evidence of your bad luck, while completely missing opportunities and blessings. If you identify as, "I am unlovable," your RAS will highlight every rejection, while filtering out signs of affection and appreciation. This is why two people can attend the same event and have completely different experiences. It's not that one person is lying. They genuinely experienced different realities because their RLAS filtered the event through different identity programs. The person who identifies as confident will notice opportunities to contribute and connect. The person who identifies as inadequate will notice moments of exclusion and criticism. Same event, completely different realities, all determined by the identity program running in the background. Your false identity doesn't just affect your perception, it affects your biology. Dr. Candace Pert, the neuroscientist who discovered endorphins, proved that every thought creates a chemical reaction in your body. When you think thoughts aligned with your programmed identity, your brain releases specific neuropeptides that travel through your bloodstream, dock on to receptor sites on your cells, and literally change the chemistry of your cells. If your identity is, "I am stressed," your brain manufactures stress chemicals, cortisol, adrenaline, and floods your system with them. Your cells become addicted to these chemicals. Your body actually becomes addicted to being the person you've identified as being, even if that person is anxious, depressed, or chronically ill. This explains why change feels so uncomfortable. When you try to adopt a new identity, your body goes through something similar to withdrawal. Your cells are literally craving the chemical cocktail associated with your old identity. Your brain interprets this craving as danger and triggers fear responses designed to pull you back to the familiar. This is why people self-sabotage. This is why you can know exactly what you need to do to change your life, and still not do it. Your conscious mind wants the change, but your subconscious mind and your physical body are conspiring to maintain the identity you've been chemically reinforcing for years or decades. Robert had been overweight his entire adult life. He would lose 40 pounds, celebrate his progress, and then mysteriously gain it all back within a few months. This cycle repeated 7 times over 15 years. On the surface, he would blame his lack of willpower or his busy schedule. But the real issue was identity. Robert's subconscious identity was, "I am the fat guy." This identity had formed in middle school when he was teased, and found that making jokes about his weight before others could mock him gave him a sense of control. Being the funny fat guy became his social currency, his way of belonging. Decades later, even though he consciously wanted to lose weight, his subconscious mind saw thinness as a threat to his identity, and therefore his survival. Every time he got close to his goal weight, his subconscious would trigger behaviors, late-night eating, skipping workouts, designed to restore the identity it recognized as safe. The breakthrough came when Robert stopped trying to lose weight and started changing his identity. Instead of declaring, "I want to lose weight," which kept reinforcing the identity of someone who has weight to lose, he began declaring, "I am fit, I am healthy, I am someone who naturally maintains an ideal body." His subconscious mind didn't resist this the way it had resisted weight loss, because he wasn't fighting against his identity. He was simply claiming a new one. Within 8 months, Robert had lost 60 pounds, and 3 years later, he had maintained that weight effortlessly. He hadn't developed superhuman willpower. He had simply updated his identity program, and his behaviors naturally aligned with that new program. The false identity you're carrying is composed of several layers, like an onion. The outermost layer is your social mask, the persona you show the world, the carefully curated version of yourself designed to be acceptable, lovable, successful. Beneath that is your self-concept, the story you tell yourself about who you are, usually based on your perceived strengths and weaknesses, successes and failures. Beneath that is your core beliefs, the fundamental assumptions about reality, about your worth, about what's possible for you. And at the very center, buried beneath all these layers, is your true self, the pure consciousness that existed before you learned language, before you were told who you should be, before you accumulated all these identities like barnacles on a ship. Most people spend their entire lives defending and reinforcing the outer layers, never realizing they're protecting a prison they built around their true nature. They fight to maintain an identity that isn't even serving them, because the fear of losing that identity feels like death. And in a way, it is death. The death of the false self. But this is not a death to be feared. This is a death that liberates. This is the death that mystics throughout history have spoken of, the ego death that must occur before true transformation is possible. Ancient wisdom texts speak of being born again, and this is exactly what they meant. Not a religious conversion, but a death of the false identity and a rebirth into your true nature. Jesus said, "Unless a grain of wheat falls to the ground and dies, it remains just a grain. But if it dies, it produces much fruit." The grain of wheat must surrender its identity as a seed to become a plant. You must surrender your false identity to become who you truly are. And here's the beautiful paradox. The moment you're willing to let the false identity die, you discover it was never alive to begin with. It was always just an illusion, a ghost you mistook for yourself. Consider how much energy you've spent maintaining an identity that isn't even real. Think about all the times you've said no to opportunities because they didn't align with who you thought you were. Think about all the relationships you've avoided or sabotaged because they threatened the storyline you've been telling yourself about your worth. Think about all the dreams you've dismissed as impossible because the person you've identified as being isn't capable of achieving them. Every single one of these limitations is a lie. But it's a lie you've believed so deeply and for so long that it feels like truth. The identity program is so sophisticated that it even hijacks your spiritual seeking. You might think you're trying to improve yourself, trying to become better, trying to reach enlightenment. But often what's really happening is your false identity is trying to become a better version of itself. The ego, dressed in spiritual clothing. The personality pursuing self-improvement, not to transcend itself, but to validate itself. This is why people can spend decades meditating, reading spiritual books, attending workshops, and still fundamentally remain unchanged. They're trying to improve the false self instead of dissolving it. There's a beautiful teaching from Ramana Maharshi, the Indian sage. When seekers would come to him asking how to become enlightened, he would turn the question back on them. Who is asking? He wasn't being cryptic. He was pointing directly to the core issue. The one asking to become enlightened is the false self, the ego, the programmed identity. The true self is already enlightened, already complete, already whole. It's not trying to become anything because it already is everything. The entire journey of awakening is simply the false identity stepping aside so the true self can shine through. This is why I am is so powerful. It's a declaration of being, not becoming. It's not I will be, or I'm trying to be, or I hope to be. It's I am, present tense, already complete. When you declare, I am abundant, you're not speaking from the false identity that lacks abundance and is trying to get it. You're speaking from the true self that is abundance, that has always been abundance, that could never be anything other than abundance because abundance is the nature of consciousness itself. Your false identity was necessary for a time. You needed it to survive childhood, to navigate social structures, to make sense of a complex world. But what was once a useful tool has become a prison. The personality that protected you is now limiting you. The identity that helped you belong is now preventing you from becoming. And the beautiful truth is this. The moment you recognize that your identity is a construction, that very recognition begins the deconstruction. You can't unsee this truth. Once you know that the person you've been calling me is just a program running in your biological computer, you can never again fully believe in that program's limitations. Sarah, from the first chapter, spent 37 years being the responsible one in her family. It was an identity assigned to her when she was 7 years old and her father left. Her mother, overwhelmed with 4 children, began relying on Sarah to help manage the household. You're so responsible, her mother would say, and Sarah wore this identity like armor. She became the person everyone could count on, the one who never faltered, the one who put everyone else's needs before her own. By the time she was in her 30s, she was exhausted, resentful, and completely disconnected from her own desires because her entire identity was built around meeting other people's needs. The shift happened when Sarah was in a therapy session and her therapist asked, "What would you do if you weren't responsible?" Sarah's immediate response was fear. Everything would fall apart. But then the therapist pushed deeper. Would it? Or is that just a story you've been telling yourself to justify an identity you adopted as a child? This question cracked something open in Sarah. She realized she had spent 3 decades defending an identity that was never truly hers. She had become the responsible one, not because it was her nature, but because it was a survival strategy in a chaotic household. And now, decades later, she was still living from that 7-year-old's survival program. The work of dismantling false identity is not about destroying yourself. It's about excavating yourself. You're not removing who you are. You're removing who you're not. You're peeling away layers of conditioning to reveal the consciousness that was there all along, waiting beneath the programming. And this consciousness, your true self, is not weak or limited or broken. It's infinite, creative, powerful beyond measure. It's the same consciousness that animates every living thing, that orchestrates the movement of planets, that breathes life into form. This is who you actually are beneath the false identity. This is what I am truly refers to. Not the personality, not the ego, not the collection of memories and stories, but the eternal consciousness experiencing itself through this temporary human form. When you begin to identify with this true self, rather than the false identity, everything changes. You stop defending positions that never served you. You stop limiting yourself to possibilities that match your old programming. You stop seeking validation from a world that only ever responded to your mask anyway. You step into the full creative power that's been your birthright all along, and you realize that you've never actually been the small, limited, struggling person you thought you were. You've always been the infinite expressing itself finitely, the eternal playing in time, the boundless consciousness pretending to be bound so it could experience the joy of breaking free. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, your false identity will try to reassert itself. It will whisper familiar stories about your limitations, your past failures, your inability to change. This is normal. This is expected. The old program doesn't dissolve instantly. It fades gradually as you stop feeding it with your attention and energy. So when those whispers come, don't fight them. Simply recognize them for what they are, echoes of a program that's losing power, the death rattle of an identity that never truly existed. And beneath those whispers, beneath all the noise of the false self, you'll feel something else. A quiet knowing, a deep peace, a sense of finally coming home to who you've always been. That's your true self, welcoming you back. That's the I am that existed before any labels, any stories, any programming. And that's where transformation begins, not in becoming someone new, but in remembering who you've always been. Chapter 3. The quantum field is listening to you. There is an invisible ocean surrounding you right now. You can't see it, but it's more real than the chair you're sitting on, more substantial than the walls around you, more responsive than any technology you've ever used. Scientists call it the quantum field, mystics call it the unified field, and some simply call it consciousness itself. Whatever name you give it, one thing is absolutely certain. This field is listening to every word you speak, responding to every thought you think, and rearranging itself based on every declaration of identity you make. You are not separate from this field. You are a focal point of it, a place where it has become aware of itself. And your I am statements are the language through which you communicate your intentions to the very fabric of reality. Dr. Quantum physicist John Wheeler proposed something radical that shook the foundations of physics. He suggested that we don't live in a participatory universe. We live in a universe that only exists because we participate in it. His famous statement, "No phenomenon is a real phenomenon until it is an observed phenomenon," wasn't philosophical speculation. It was based on decades of experimental data showing that particles literally exist in a state of infinite possibility until consciousness observes them, at which point they collapse into a definite state. You are not witnessing reality. You are collapsing it into form through your observation, your attention, and most powerfully, through your declarations of who you are. Consider the famous double-slit experiment that has baffled and fascinated scientists for over a century. When electrons are fired at a barrier with two slits, they behave like waves, creating an interference pattern on the detector screen behind the barrier. But here's where it gets strange. The moment you place a detector to observe which slit the electron goes through, the wave function collapses, and the electron behaves like a particle, creating a completely different pattern. The electron somehow knows it's being observed and changes its behavior accordingly. It's as if reality itself is uncertain about what it is until consciousness decides to look at it, to measure it, to declare what it is. Now, if a simple observation can change the behavior of subatomic particles, what do you think your powerful declarations of "I am" are doing to the quantum field that makes up your entire reality? When you say, "I am abundant," you're not just speaking words into empty air. You're sending a signal into the quantum field, collapsing infinite possibilities into the specific pattern of abundance. When you say, "I am limited," you're doing the same thing but collapsing those infinite possibilities into patterns of limitation. The field doesn't judge which signal is better or more worthy. It simply responds to the frequency you're broadcasting. Margaret was a talented artist who spent 15 years struggling to make a living from her work. She would create beautiful pieces, price them reasonably, and then watch as they sat unsold in galleries while inferior work from other artists sold quickly. She blamed the art world, the economy, her lack of connections. What she didn't realize was that every time she looked at her unsold paintings, she was unconsciously declaring, "I am an artist whose work doesn't sell." This wasn't just a thought or a feeling. It was a quantum declaration that was literally organizing the field around her to match that identity. Gallery owners would walk past her work without really seeing it. Collectors would feel inexplicably drawn to other pieces. Opportunities would arise for other artists, but somehow never reach her. The quantum field was simply reflecting back to her the identity she was broadcasting. The breakthrough came when Margaret learned about the observer effect and realized she had been collapsing the quantum field into patterns of struggle through her observations and declarations. She began a practice of standing in front of her artwork and declaring, "I am a successful artist. I am someone whose work is valued and desired. I am abundant through my creativity." At first, nothing changed externally, but something shifted in how she carried herself, how she spoke about her work, how she priced her pieces. Within 3 months, a collector purchased 5 paintings. Within 6 months, she had her first solo show that sold out. Within a year, she had a waiting list of clients. The quantum field had reorganized itself around her new declarations, and reality shifted to match. Physicist David Bohm introduced the concept of the implicate order, an underlying, invisible dimension of reality where everything exists as pure potential, all possibilities existing simultaneously in an enfolded state. The explicate order is what we experience as physical reality, the unfolded, manifested dimension where those possibilities have collapsed into specific forms. Bohm suggested that consciousness is the bridge between these two orders, the mechanism through which the implicate becomes explicate, the invisible becomes visible, potential becomes actual. Your "I am" declarations are that bridge. They are the instructions you give to the implicate order about which possibilities to unfold into your explicate experience. This is why two people can have such drastically different life experiences, even when they start from similar circumstances. They're not just making different choices. They're collapsing the quantum field into entirely different realities based on their identity declarations. The person who declares, "I am lucky," lives in a universe where synchronicities and opportunities appear regularly. The person who declares, "I am unlucky," lives in a universe where obstacles and setbacks seem to follow them everywhere. They're not experiencing the same reality differently. They're literally experiencing different realities because they're collapsing different possibilities from the quantum field. Tom and Richard were brothers who inherited the same amount of money from their father, $50,000 each. Tom immediately declared, "This is my chance. I am an entrepreneur. I am someone who creates wealth." Richard declared, "This won't last long. I am terrible with money. I am going to lose this, just like I lose everything." 3 years later, Tom had turned his inheritance into a thriving business worth over $500,000. Richard had spent every penny and was deeper in debt than before he received the inheritance. Same starting point, same resources, completely different outcomes. The difference wasn't intelligence, education, or even work ethic. The difference was the identity each brother declared, and the quantum field organized itself accordingly. The electromagnetic field generated by your heart extends several feet beyond your body, and recent research shows it carries information that affects the people and environment around you. The HeartMath Institute discovered that when you're in a state of coherence, when your heart rhythms are smooth and ordered, your electromagnetic field becomes more organized and powerful. And here's what's remarkable. This coherent field can influence the heart rhythms of people standing nearby, can affect the DNA in test tubes placed within the field, and can even influence random number generators designed to be completely unpredictable. If your heart's electromagnetic field can do all this, imagine what it's doing to the quantum field when you make an "I am" declaration while feeling the emotion of already being that identity. This is why affirmations without feeling are largely useless. When you say, "I am wealthy," while feeling poor, you're sending mixed signals into the quantum field. Your words are saying one thing, but your electromagnetic signature, generated by your emotions, is broadcasting something else entirely. The quantum field responds to the totality of your signal, not just the words. This is the secret that most people miss. The quantum field doesn't respond to what you want or what you say. It responds to what you are. And what you are is determined by what you feel and believe, not just what you think or speak. Jennifer had been repeating wealth affirmations for 3 years with 0 results. She would stand in front of her mirror every morning and declare, "I am wealthy, I am abundant, I am prosperous," while feeling absolutely nothing. The words were empty sounds, vibrations in the air that carried no electromagnetic charge, no emotional coherence. They were like trying to start a car by saying, "Vroom, vroom," instead of actually turning the ignition. The quantum field registered her words, but felt the discord between what she was saying and what she was feeling, and it responded to the feeling every time. The moment Jennifer learned to say, "I am abundant," while genuinely feeling grateful for the abundance already in her life, her health, her home, her relationships, everything changed. She wasn't lying to herself anymore. She was acknowledging a deeper truth, and the quantum field responded within weeks with a job offer that doubled her income. Quantum entanglement is a phenomenon where two particles become connected in such a way that the state of one instantly affects the state of the other, regardless of the distance separating them. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance because it violated his understanding of how the universe should work. But experiment after experiment has confirmed it's real. Particles that have interacted remain entangled, connected across space and time. Now consider this. Every atom in your body was once part of a star. You are literally made of stardust. And if atoms can remain entangled across the universe, what does that suggest about your connection to everything and everyone around you? When you declare, "I am," you're not just affecting your local reality. You're sending ripples through the entire quantum field, influencing the web of entanglement that connects you to all of existence. This explains phenomena that traditional science has struggled to account for. Why do you sometimes think of someone right before they call? Why do prayers seem to work even when the person being prayed for doesn't know they're being prayed for? Why do intentions set in meditation sometimes manifest in ways that defy probability? Because consciousness isn't contained within your skull. It's a field phenomenon, and your "I am" declarations are quantum events that ripple through the entire field of consciousness, affecting probabilities, influencing outcomes, attracting circumstances that match your declared frequency. The quantum field operates on the principle of resonance. Everything in the universe has a frequency, a unique vibration. Your thoughts have frequencies, your emotions have frequencies, and yes, your words have frequencies. When you declare, "I am joyful," you're not just creating a sound wave. You're generating a specific frequency pattern in the quantum field. This frequency then attracts, through resonance, experiences, people, and circumstances that match that vibration. It's the same principle as a tuning fork. Strike one tuning fork tuned to middle C, and another tuning fork tuned to middle C across the room will begin to vibrate in sympathy. The quantum field works the same way. Your "I am" declarations set up a resonance pattern, and the field responds by bringing you more of whatever matches that pattern. Carlos was a musician who couldn't understand why he kept attracting drama and chaos into his life. His relationships were turbulent, his gigs were unreliable, his finances were a roller coaster. A mentor finally asked him, "What's your favorite phrase?" Carlos didn't have to think long. "I am a passionate person." He said it with pride, as if passion was universally positive. The mentor pointed out something Carlos had never considered. The root of the word passion comes from Latin pati, meaning to suffer. Carlos had been declaring an identity of suffering, and the quantum field had been delivering exactly that. Intense experiences that felt passionate, but were actually chaotic and painful. When Carlos shifted his declaration to, "I am creatively inspired, and I am peacefully productive," his entire life reorganized itself. The drama dissolved. The chaos settled. Opportunities began flowing smoothly instead of erratically. Same person, different frequency, completely different reality. The quantum field is also responsive to specificity. When you declare, "I am successful," the field responds, but it needs more information to know what kind of success to collapse into form. Success in what? Defined how? The more specific your declarations, the more precisely the quantum field can organize itself to match. This is why "I am a successful entrepreneur, generating $20,000 per month, helping people transform their health," is more powerful than just "I am successful." You're giving the quantum field detailed instructions about which possibility to collapse from the infinite field of potential. But here's where it gets even more interesting. The quantum field exists outside of linear time. Quantum experiments have shown that the future can influence the past. Particles can behave as if they know What measurement will be performed on them in the future? This demolishes the conventional understanding of cause and effect. If the future can influence the past at the quantum level, what does this mean for your I am declarations? It means when you declare, I am abundant now, you're not just affecting your future. You're actually reaching back and rewriting your past, changing the meaning of experiences that already happened, reorganizing your neural pathways to align with this new identity. The quantum field doesn't care about your timeline. It responds to your declared identity in the eternal now. Rebecca had a traumatic childhood filled with neglect and abuse. For 40 years, she identified as, I am damaged, and I am a victim of my past. These declarations kept her locked in patterns of self-sabotage and toxic relationships. When she learned about quantum time and the observer effect, something clicked. She began declaring, I am whole and I am healed, not as a future goal, but as a present reality. And something extraordinary happened. Her memories began to shift, not the facts of what happened, but the meaning she extracted from those facts. Events that once proved she was unlovable began to appear as evidence of her resilience. Experiences that once demonstrated she was broken began to reveal themselves as the forge that made her strong. The quantum field reorganized her past in response to her present declarations, and she was finally free from a story that had imprisoned her for decades. The quantum Zeno effect shows that continuous observation can actually freeze a quantum system in a particular state, preventing it from evolving. This has profound implications for your identity declarations. If you constantly observe yourself as limited, if you continuously declare, I am stuck, you're creating a quantum Zeno effect on your own life, freezing yourself in that state, preventing the natural evolution that wants to occur. But the reverse is also true. If you continuously observe yourself as your desired identity, if you consistently declare, I am abundant, I am healthy, I am loved, you stabilize that state, making it harder for circumstances to knock you out of that frequency. This is the power of repetition, but not mindless repetition. Each time you declare your chosen identity with genuine feeling, you're performing a quantum observation that collapses more of the field into that pattern. You're strengthening the resonance, building momentum, creating what physicists call a standing wave, a stable pattern in the quantum field that becomes increasingly difficult to disrupt. This is why consistent daily practice of your I am declarations is so crucial. You're not just speaking words, you're performing quantum mechanics, collapsing possibility into actuality, building a resonance pattern that eventually becomes your default reality. The quantum field is also non-local, meaning it's not bound by space. When you make an I am declaration, you're not just affecting your immediate environment, you're broadcasting into a field that connects you to everyone and everything. This is why when you change your identity, the people around you seem to change too. You didn't change them, you changed your frequency, and the quantum field reorganized to bring you different experiences with the same people, or to attract different people altogether who match your new frequency. Your mother doesn't become less critical because she changed. She becomes less critical in your experience because you're no longer collapsing the quantum field into patterns that require criticism to exist. Nathan spent years trying to change his demanding boss, his unsupportive family, his competitive colleagues. He would explain to them how they should treat him differently, setting boundaries that were constantly violated, seeking respect that never came. Then he learned about the quantum field and realized he had been approaching it all wrong. He wasn't experiencing demanding, unsupportive, competitive people because that's who they were. He was experiencing them that way because he was declaring, I am someone who has to fight for respect, and I am surrounded by people who don't value me. When Nathan shifted to declaring, I am respected, and I am surrounded by supportive people, the people in his life didn't suddenly transform into different personalities, but his experience of them completely changed. His boss's demands became opportunities to showcase his skills. His family's behavior became background noise that didn't affect his peace. His colleagues' competitiveness became inspiration to elevate his own game. The quantum field reorganized his relational realities around his new identity. The quantum field is also probability-weighted, meaning some outcomes are more likely than others based on the current state of the system. But here's what most people don't realize. Your I am declarations shift those probability weights. An outcome that was statistically unlikely becomes probable. A manifestation that seemed impossible becomes inevitable. You're not fighting against probability. You're using your consciousness to rewrite the probability distribution itself. This is not magical thinking. This is quantum mechanics. Your consciousness is a force that affects probability at the most fundamental level of reality. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, every word you speak sends ripples through the quantum field. But I am declarations are different. They're not ripples, they're tsunamis. They carry the full force of your identity, your belief, your emotional state. They're commands, not requests. They're not asking the field to maybe, possibly, hopefully, organize itself differently. They're declaring what is, and the field has no choice but to reflect that declaration back to you, because you and the field are not separate. You are the field becoming aware of itself. And when you declare, I am, you're the universe telling itself what form to take. This is why ancient spiritual traditions spoke of the power of the spoken word. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. This isn't religious mythology. It's quantum truth expressed in the language available at the time. The Word, particularly the I am declaration, is the creative force. It's consciousness organizing the quantum field. It's the invisible becoming visible. It's potential becoming actual. Every time you speak an I am statement, you're participating in the same creative process that brought the universe into existence. The quantum field doesn't care about your history, your credentials, your current bank balance, your past failures, your age, your education, or any other limiting factor you might be tempted to cite as evidence of why you can't claim a new identity. The field only cares about the frequency you're broadcasting right now. It's eternally present, infinitely responsive, and absolutely impartial. It will organize itself around I am broke. With the same precision and speed, it organizes itself around I am wealthy. It will manifest I am sick as readily as it manifests I am healthy. The field is not your enemy, not your judge, not even your friend. It's your mirror, reflecting back to you in physical form whatever identity you're claiming in consciousness. As you prepare for sleep tonight, understand that you're not just resting your body. You're entering a state where your brainwaves slow to alpha and theta, the same frequencies at which the quantum field is most responsive to conscious programming. In this state, the barrier between your consciousness and the quantum field becomes thin, almost transparent. Your I am declarations made in this state drop directly into the field with minimal resistance from your logical mind. You're performing quantum programming at the most fundamental level. The field is listening. It's always listening. The question is not whether it will respond to your declarations. It's already responding. The question is whether you're conscious of what you're declaring, whether you're choosing your identity deliberately, or whether you're unconsciously broadcasting signals that create a reality you don't actually want. The power is yours. It's always been yours. The quantum field is waiting for your command. What will you declare yourself to be? Chapter 4. When Moses encountered the formula of creation. There's a moment in ancient history that contains the entire secret of manifestation, yet it's been hidden in plain sight for thousands of years. Most people read past it without recognizing what they're seeing. Religious scholars debate its theological implications while missing its practical power. But when you understand what actually happened on that desert mountain, when you grasp what was truly revealed in those flames, you'll never look at your own identity declarations the same way again, because what Moses encountered wasn't just a divine being. It was the fundamental operating system of reality itself, expressed in words that would become the most powerful declaration ever spoken. Moses was tending his father-in-law's flock in the wilderness when he saw something that defied natural explanation, a bush that burned but wasn't consumed by the flames. This wasn't metaphor. This was a physical demonstration of the principle he was about to learn: energy manifesting as matter, fire that sustains rather than destroys, form that emerges from the formless without depleting the source. The bush was a living demonstration of what quantum physics now confirms. Matter and energy are interchangeable, and consciousness is the bridge between them. Moses was being shown, before being told, that what he was about to learn would allow him to manifest reality from pure potential without diminishing the infinite source. When Moses approached the bush and asked who was speaking to him, the answer he received would echo through millennia. I am that I am. In Hebrew, Ehyeh Asher Ehyeh, a phrase so powerful that later generations would fear to speak it aloud. But why? What made this particular combination of words so potent that it became considered too sacred for common use? Because it wasn't just a name, it was a formula. It was the source code of creation itself. And hidden within those 4 words was the secret of how to collapse infinite possibility into definite manifestation. Break down the phrase and you'll see its genius. I am. Present tense being, the observer consciousness that collapses the quantum wave function. That I am, the object of manifestation, the specific form that being takes. And in between, that, the quantum field itself, the space of infinite possibility from which all forms emerge. The complete formula reads, conscious being identifies with a specific form through the medium of the quantum field, and that form must manifest because consciousness and form are not separate. They're different aspects of the same unified field. Consider what Moses was being shown. He had spent 40 years in the desert, wandering, questioning his identity, probably declaring, I am a fugitive, I am a failure, I am someone who ran away. His entire identity was built on past mistakes and current limitations. And suddenly, he's confronted with a consciousness that defines itself not by past or future, not by circumstances or history, but by pure present tense being. I am that I am is a declaration that exists outside of time, unmodified by conditions, unlimited by history. Its identity in its purest, most powerful form. The voice from the bush was giving Moses more than a name. It was teaching him the technology of manifestation. This is who you say I am when you speak of me to others. But more importantly, This is the formula you must use to call forth reality from possibility. When you need something to manifest, you don't beg for it, you don't hope for it, you don't even ask for it. You declare it in the eternal present. I am that I am. I am the leader who will free my people. I am the one who parts seas. I am the manifestation of divine will in physical form. Moses' immediate response reveals why most people fail at manifestation. He started listing his limitations. I am not eloquent. I am slow of speech. I am not the right person for this. He was trying to use his past identity to contradict the future identity he was being called to claim. This is what you do every time you say, I want to be successful, but I am not educated enough. Or, I want to be wealthy, but I am terrible with money. The but negates everything that came before it. You're declaring one identity while simultaneously reinforcing another. The quantum field receives mixed signals and manifests confusion. What's remarkable about the burning bush encounter is that the divine consciousness didn't argue with Moses' limitations. It didn't try to convince him he was wrong about himself. It simply kept redirecting him back to the formula, I am has sent you, not I will be has sent you or I might be has sent you. I am. Present tense. Already complete. Already fully realized. Moses was being taught that his current lack of eloquence, his past failures, his self-perceived inadequacies were all irrelevant. The only thing that mattered was what he declared himself to be in the present moment. Ancient Jewish mysticism, the Kabbalah, goes deeper into this formula. The mystics understood that I am that I am contains the entire structure of creation. The first I am represents Keter, the crown, pure consciousness before it takes any form. The middle, that represents the entire tree of life, all the stages through which consciousness descends into manifestation. The final I am represents Malkuth, the kingdom, consciousness fully embodied in physical form. The formula was showing that there's no separation between the consciousness that intends and the matter that manifests. They're the same thing at different vibrational frequencies. This explains why the ancient Israelites were instructed never to take the name of God in vain. This wasn't about cursing or disrespect. It was about understanding the creative power of the I am declaration. To use I am carelessly, to declare I am worthless or I am hopeless or I am cursed, was to use the most powerful creative force in existence to manifest limitation and suffering. You were taking the name, the formula, the technology, in vain, using it for destruction instead of creation. Every time you say, I am, followed by something limiting or negative, you're violating the most fundamental spiritual law. You're using creative power to create what you don't want. Sarah, a woman in her 50s who had studied the Bible her entire life, suddenly understood this principle in a way that changed everything. She had been diagnosed with a chronic illness and had spent 3 years declaring, I am sick every single day. She would pray for healing while simultaneously reinforcing the identity of someone who was ill. When someone explained to her the true meaning of I am that I am, she realized she had been using the most sacred formula to manifest the exact condition she was praying to be freed from. She shifted her declarations to I am healing, I am restored, I am whole. And within 6 months, her symptoms had improved so dramatically that her doctors were calling it a spontaneous remission. She hadn't contradicted medical science. She had finally aligned the most powerful force in creation, her consciousness, with the outcome she desired. The burning bush itself is significant. Fire, in ancient symbolism, represents transformation and purification, but also the presence of the divine. What Moses witnessed was matter, the bush coexisting with energy, the fire without being consumed. This is the perfect metaphor for what happens when you use the "I am that I am" formula correctly. Your current physical circumstances, the bush, can coexist with the energy of your declared new identity, the fire, without your current reality destroying your vision, or your vision destroying your current reality. They exist simultaneously while the transformation occurs. You don't have to burn down your present to build your future. You declare your new identity while standing in your current circumstances, and gradually, the circumstances reorganize themselves around the new declaration. Moses was told to remove his sandals because he was standing on holy ground. The mystics interpret this as an instruction to remove the covering that separates you from direct contact with the source. Your sandals represent your conditioning, your limiting beliefs, your false identity, all the layers of programming that insulate you from recognizing your direct connection to creative power. When you remove these, when you strip away the false self and stand naked in your true identity, then everywhere you stand becomes holy ground, because you recognize that the power that created the universe is not separate from you. You are that power, aware of itself, expressing itself through this particular form. The command given to Moses was not, "Go and hope for the best," or "Go and try your hardest." It was, "Go and I am will be with you." The creative formula "I am" would accompany him, would work through him, would manifest itself as him. This is the secret that changes everything. When you declare "I am," followed by your chosen identity, you're not creating something from nothing. You're allowing what already exists in the quantum field of infinite possibility to manifest through you. You're not generating power. You're channeling power that's already there, waiting for someone conscious enough to direct it. Consider how Moses used this formula throughout the Exodus story. When facing the Red Sea with an army behind him and no apparent escape route, he didn't say, "I hope God will save us," or "I wish there was a way through." According to the mystical interpretation, he declared himself as the manifestation of divine will, used his staff, a symbol of authority and directed intention, to point at the waters, and the sea responded to his declared identity. The water parted, not because of magic, but because Moses had finally understood that when he declared, "I am the presence of the divine manifesting freedom," the quantum field had to reorganize itself to match that declaration. He wasn't begging an external God for help. He was recognizing himself as the focal point through which divine power operated in the physical world. This is radically different from how most people approach prayer or manifestation. They maintain a separation between themselves and the source of power, asking some external being to intervene on their behalf. But "I am that I am" destroys that separation. It reveals that the consciousness asking and the consciousness answering are the same consciousness, experiencing itself from different perspectives. When you truly understand this, prayer transforms from begging to declaring, from requesting to claiming, from hoping to knowing. Ancient Egyptian mystery schools, which Moses would have been trained in during his years as a prince of Egypt, taught a similar principle. They understood that the names of their gods weren't just labels. They were sound frequencies that could invoke specific powers. The name Ptah, for example, was believed to bring things into physical manifestation through the power of the spoken word. But the highest teaching, reserved for initiates, was that these weren't external gods at all. They were different aspects of the one consciousness expressing itself through different forms. And the key to accessing these aspects was the understanding that consciousness itself was the creative power, not some being separate from consciousness. Marcus, a businessman who had studied philosophy and ancient wisdom traditions his entire life, had an experience that brought all this theoretical knowledge into practical reality. Facing bankruptcy after a business deal fell through, he was sitting in meditation when he had what he later described as a burning bush moment. Not a vision of fire, but a sudden undeniable knowing that he had been approaching his crisis all wrong. He had been declaring, "I am ruined, I am a failure, I am losing everything," using the most powerful creative formula in existence to manifest exactly what he feared. In that moment of clarity, he shifted to, "I am that I am prosperous, I am that I am resourceful, I am that I am guided to perfect solutions." Within 2 weeks, 3 separate opportunities appeared that not only saved his business but expanded it beyond what it had been before the crisis. He hadn't received help from outside. He had finally aligned his consciousness with the prosperity that was always available in the quantum field. The formula, "I am that I am," contains another crucial element that most people miss: the repetition of "I am." This isn't redundancy, it's emphasis. It's declaring identity twice, at both the beginning and the end, the alpha and the omega. In quantum terms, it's making an observation that collapses the wave function at both the cause and the effect, at both the intention and the manifestation. You're not just saying what you want to become. You're declaring what you already are at both the level of consciousness and the level of form simultaneously. This creates a standing wave, a resonance pattern so strong that the quantum field has no choice but to stabilize into that form. Think about how differently Moses would have experienced his mission if he had continued declaring his old identity. "I am a poor speaker trying to convince Pharaoh" would have manifested continued ineffectiveness. "I am a fugitive asking my former family to listen to me" would have manifested rejection. But "I am that I am the voice of liberation" manifested exactly that. His words carried such power that eventually even the most hardened heart had to yield. He didn't develop this power through practice or training. He accessed it by understanding and using the formula of creation itself. The ancient Hebrew language has another layer of insight here. The name given at the burning bush, YHWH, often rendered as Yahweh or Jehovah, is derived from the verb to be. It's not a noun describing a being, it's a verb describing the act of being itself. Existence, presence, the eternal now. When you say, "I am," you're not just identifying yourself. You're invoking the fundamental force of existence itself. You're aligning yourself with the power that holds atoms together, that causes stars to burn, that organizes chaos into cosmos. This isn't metaphorical, this is literal. The same force that maintains the structure of the universe is the force you access when you consciously declare, "I am." The burning bush encounter also reveals the importance of the question. Moses asked, "Who shall I say sent me?" He was asking for the name, but more deeply, he was asking for the identity. And the answer, "I am that I am," was teaching him that identity is not fixed or external. It's self-determined. It's self-declared. You are who you say you are, not who circumstances, history, or other people say you are. The divine consciousness modeled this by refusing to be limited by any name that could be turned into an image, an object, a fixed thing. Pure being, expressing itself, defining itself, creating itself in every moment through the act of conscious declaration. This is why Moses immediately questioned his own identity in response. When confronted with pure, unlimited being, his programmed identity felt threatened. "I am not eloquent," was his ego's attempt to maintain the familiar identity, even if that identity was limiting. Your false self will always resist the "I am that I am" formula because it threatens the false self's very existence. When you declare, "I am that I am abundant," your poverty-identified ego will immediately start listing reasons why that can't be true. This resistance isn't a sign that you're doing it wrong. It's a sign that you're getting close to the transformation that the false self fears most. The Jewish sages teach that the entire Torah, all the laws, stories, and wisdom, is essentially a commentary on these 4 words: I am that I am. Every instruction about how to live, every principle about how reality works, every story about human transformation is ultimately pointing back to this central formula. When you understand how to use "I am" correctly, you understand the whole teaching. When you grasp that you're not separate from the creative power, but are the creative power expressing itself in individual form, everything else becomes clear. Rachel grew up in a religious tradition that taught her to worship an external God, while simultaneously believing she was inherently sinful and unworthy. This created a split in her consciousness that manifested as chronic unworthiness in every area of her life. She would pray for things she needed while believing she didn't deserve to receive them. She would ask for help while declaring herself helpless. The internal contradiction kept her stuck in poverty, failed relationships, and chronic health issues for decades. Then she encountered the teaching about "I am that I am," and realized she had been taught a distorted version of spirituality that kept her disempowered. When she understood that the presence she had been praying to wasn't separate from her consciousness, that she was the burning bush, matter animated by divine fire, everything transformed. She stopped begging and started declaring. She stopped asking and started claiming. Within a year, every area of her life had shifted because she had finally understood and applied the formula that Moses learned on that sacred mountain. What Moses received at the burning bush wasn't a religious doctrine. It was a technology. It was the user manual for consciousness, the instruction guide for how to operate in a quantum universe where observation creates reality, where declaration determines experience, where identity manifests as circumstance. The formula works whether you believe in Moses's God, follow any religion, or consider yourself spiritual at all. It works because it's based on the fundamental structure of how consciousness and matter interact, how the observer effect operates at the quantum level, how electromagnetic frequencies organize reality. The instruction to Moses was to go back to Egypt, to return to the place of his slavery and limitation, but to return with a new identity. He wasn't going back as a fugitive or a failure. He was going back as "I am that I am has sent me." His circumstances hadn't changed before he left. His identity changed, and then his circumstances reorganized themselves around that new identity. This is the pattern for your own transformation. You don't wait for circumstances to change before you claim your new identity. You claim your new identity, and circumstances must rearrange themselves because the quantum field has no choice but to reflect your declared frequency. The burning bush burned, but was not consumed because that's what happens when you align with your true identity. You don't burn out. You don't deplete yourself. You don't exhaust your resources. You tap into an infinite source that constantly renews itself. When you declare, "I am that I am creative," you're not drawing on some limited reservoir of creativity that can run dry. You're channeling infinite creative power that flows through you without diminishing. When you declare, "I am that I am abundant," you're not redistributing scarcity. You're manifesting from the infinite field of possibility that contains all the abundance that exists or could exist. Tonight, as your consciousness prepares to shift into the theta state of deep rest, understand that you're approaching your own burning bush moment. In that state, between waking and sleeping, when your analytical mind quiets and your subconscious becomes receptive, you have the opportunity to install the same formula that Moses received. You can declare, "I am that I am," followed by whatever identity you choose to claim, and your subconscious will accept it without the interference of doubt, fear, or limiting beliefs. You'll be programming yourself at the same fundamental level that the universe itself operates on. You'll be using the source code of creation to rewrite your own reality. The bush is burning, the fire is alive, the voice is speaking. The only question is whether you'll remove your sandals, stand on holy ground, and accept the formula that changes everything. I am that I am. Chapter 5. Reprogramming the operating system of your mind. Your brain is running software right now, complex programs that determine how you think, feel, and act in every situation. These programs were installed mostly without your consent, written by people who themselves were running outdated programming, and they're executing automatically every single day, creating the same patterns, the same results, the same limitations, over and over again. But here's what changes everything. Unlike a computer that requires a technician to install new software, you have the ability to rewrite your own programming. You are simultaneously the computer and the programmer, the system and the user, the hardware and the consciousness that operates it. And the key to rewriting your entire operating system lies in understanding how your brain actually works and how you can leverage its natural plasticity to install a completely new identity. Neuroscientist Dr. Joe Dispenza conducted brain scans on people before and after intensive meditation practices focused on creating a new identity. What he discovered shocked even the scientific community. After just 4 days of consistently imagining themselves as their desired identity, feeling the emotions of already being that person, thinking the thoughts that person would think, seeing through the eyes of that version of themselves, participants showed measurable changes in their brain structure. Gray matter increased in areas associated with the new identity. Neural pathways that supported old patterns began to prune away. The brain had literally reorganized itself, based purely on focused intention and emotional embodiment. The participants hadn't changed their external circumstances yet, but they had changed the very architecture of the organ through which they perceive and interact with reality. This discovery validates what mystics have taught for millennia. You are not your brain. You are consciousness using your brain. And because you are consciousness, you have the ability to reshape the tool you're using. Your brain is neuroplastic, meaning it's changeable, moldable, constantly reorganizing itself based on what you focus on, what you repeat, what you emotionally charge with significance. Every thought you think strengthens certain neural pathways and weakens others. Every "I am" declaration you make with genuine feeling literally carves new highways in your brain, making it easier to travel those routes in the future until they become the default path your consciousness follows automatically. Think of your current identity as a deeply grooved path through a forest. You've walked this path so many times, thinking the same thoughts, feeling the same emotions, acting out the same behaviors, that it's become the easiest route to follow. The vegetation on either side is thick and uninviting. Trying a new path feels difficult, uncomfortable, unnatural. This is why changing your identity feels so hard at first. You're literally blazing a new trail through dense undergrowth, while your brain is screaming at you to just take the familiar path, because it's easier, safer, more efficient. But here's what your brain doesn't tell you. That familiar path only leads to familiar destinations. If you want a different destination, a different life, different results, different experience, you need a different path. And every time you consciously choose the new path, despite the discomfort, you're clearing away more vegetation, making the new route more defined, more accessible, until eventually it becomes the easier path to follow. Lisa had suffered from anxiety her entire adult life. Her brain had developed superhighways of anxious thinking, scanning for danger, imagining worst-case scenarios, flooding her system with stress chemicals in response to even minor challenges. These neural pathways were so well established that anxiety had become her default state. She would wake up anxious, move through her day anxious, go to bed anxious. Her identity had become, I am an anxious person, and her brain was simply executing that program perfectly. When she learned about neuroplasticity, she realized something profound. Her anxiety wasn't a permanent condition written into her DNA. It was a learned pattern etched into her neural pathways, and learned patterns can be unlearned. Lisa began a practice of consciously declaring, I am calm, I am peaceful, I am centered. The first week felt absurd because everything in her experience contradicted these declarations. Her heart would race while she claimed to be calm. Her thoughts would spin while she declared herself peaceful. But she persisted, and she added a crucial element. Every time she made these declarations, she would recall a specific moment when she had actually felt calm, peaceful, and centered, even if just for a few seconds. She would relive that moment in vivid detail, feeling the sensation in her body, seeing what she saw, hearing what she heard. This combination of declaration plus emotional embodiment was the key. Within 3 weeks, she noticed her default state beginning to shift. The anxious thoughts still arose, but they had less power, less automaticity. Within 3 months, she had created new neural pathways so strong that calm had become her baseline instead of anxiety. She hadn't eliminated the old pathways completely. They were still there, still accessible if she chose to activate them. But she had built highways of peace that were now easier to travel than the old routes of anxiety. The mechanism behind this transformation is called Hebbian learning, named after neuroscientist Donald Hebb, who famously stated, "Neurons that fire together wire together." Every time you think a thought and feel an emotion simultaneously, you're creating or strengthening the connection between the neurons involved in that experience. Think the thought, I am successful, while feeling the emotion of pride and satisfaction, and you're wiring success into your neural architecture. Think the thought, I am a failure, while feeling shame and disappointment, and you're wiring failure into your brain. Your brain doesn't judge which connections are beneficial. It simply strengthens whatever you practice, whatever you repeat, whatever you emotionally charge. This is why affirmations alone rarely work. If you say, I am abundant, while feeling poor, you're actually strengthening the neural pathway that connects the concept of abundance with the feeling of lack. You're training your brain that abundance equals discomfort, that claiming prosperity feels like lying. The affirmation becomes associated with the wrong emotional signature, and your brain receives contradictory programming. It's like trying to install new software while the old software is still running. You end up with a corrupted system that doesn't function properly. The correct approach is to declare your new identity while generating the authentic emotion of already being that identity. This doesn't mean you have to feel it perfectly or completely at first. It means you access whatever degree of that emotion you can genuinely generate, even if it's just 10% or 20% of what you imagine the full experience would feel like. If you can't feel abundant yet, you can feel grateful for the abundance you already have. Your health, your home, your ability to read or listen to these words. Gratitude and abundance exist on the same emotional frequency. So when you declare, "I am abundant," while feeling genuine gratitude, you're wiring your brain to associate abundance with a real, positive emotional state. Over time, as you repeat this practice, your capacity to feel the desired emotion grows. The neural pathway strengthens, and eventually the new identity becomes as automatic as the old one ever was. James was a salesman who had been declaring, "I am confident," for 6 months, with zero change in his actual confidence levels. He would say the words while driving to meetings, but the moment he walked into a client's office, his old programming would kick in. Sweaty palms, racing heart, stumbling over words. The declaration had done nothing because he was saying it mechanically, without any emotional component. When he learned about the neuroscience of change, he modified his approach. Before each client meeting, he would sit in his car and recall a specific moment when he had felt genuinely confident, not in sales, but in anything. He remembered scoring the winning point in a basketball game in high school, the feeling of his body, the certainty of his movement, the natural flow of his actions. He would relive that moment until he could feel the physical sensation of confidence in his body. And then, while holding that feeling, he would declare, "I am confident. I am compelling. I am someone people trust and want to work with." Within 2 weeks, his sales numbers started climbing. Within a month, he was the top performer in his company. The difference wasn't new sales techniques or better product knowledge. The difference was that he had finally wired confidence into his neural pathways by pairing the right declaration with the right emotional state. Your brain also has what neuroscientists call a negativity bias, a tendency to focus on and remember negative experiences more readily than positive ones. This bias evolved for survival purposes. Our ancestors who remembered where the dangerous predators were lived longer than those who forgot. But in modern life, this bias becomes a liability. Your brain will naturally emphasize evidence that confirms your limiting beliefs while filtering out evidence that contradicts them. If your identity is "I am unlucky," your reticular activating system will make sure you notice every setback while completely missing opportunities and blessings. You're not actually unlucky. You're just running a program that makes you perceive yourself as unlucky, and your brain is doing exactly what you've trained it to do. To reprogram this, you need to deliberately override the negativity bias by consciously directing your attention to evidence of your new identity. When you declare, "I am fortunate," you then must actively look for and acknowledge moments of good fortune, no matter how small. Found a good parking spot. That's evidence of your fortunate nature. Received an unexpected compliment. More evidence. Got a green light when you needed one. Evidence. Your logical mind will protest that these are trivial coincidences, but your subconscious mind doesn't know the difference between trivial and significant. It only knows repetition and emotional charge. Every time you acknowledge evidence of your new identity, you're strengthening the neural pathway that supports that identity. You're literally training your brain to look for and recognize experiences that confirm who you're declaring yourself to be. The concept of fake it till you make it has been misunderstood and misapplied. You're not faking anything. You're accessing a real aspect of yourself that already exists in potential and practicing it until it becomes your dominant expression. Every quality you desire already exists within you in seed form. Confidence, creativity, abundance, peace, power. These aren't things you need to acquire from outside yourself. They're frequencies of consciousness that you need to tune into and amplify through practice. When you declare, "I am confident," while embodying whatever degree of confidence you can access, you're not pretending to be something you're not. You're practicing being what you already are at your core, just in a fuller, more expressed way. Neuroscience has discovered that your brain doesn't significantly distinguish between an actual experience and a vividly imagined one. This is why athletes who mentally rehearse their performance show almost the same neural activation and even muscle memory development as athletes who physically practice. When you close your eyes and imagine yourself as your desired identity, seeing through those eyes, feeling those emotions, thinking those thoughts, experiencing that reality in full sensory detail, your brain is creating and strengthening the exact same neural pathways it would create if you were actually living that experience. You're not daydreaming, you're programming. You're installing new software at the deepest level of your neurological operating system. Patricia had been trying to lose weight for 15 years with every diet and exercise program imaginable. She would lose 10 pounds and gain back 15, lose 20 pounds and gain back 30. The cycle was exhausting and demoralizing. Then she discovered the neuroscience of identity change and realized her fundamental problem. Her brain identity was, "I am overweight," and no matter what she did with diet and exercise, her brain kept pulling her back to match that identity. She began a different practice entirely. Every night before sleep, she would lie in bed and imagine herself as her ideal weight. Not just visualize how she would look, but fully embody the experience. How would she feel moving through space in that body? What clothes would she wear? How would she carry herself? What thoughts would run through her mind? She would spend 15 minutes living this reality in her imagination with complete sensory detail. And then she would declare, "I am my ideal weight. I am healthy and fit. I am someone who naturally maintains a beautiful body." She did this every night for 90 days, and something remarkable happened. Without consciously trying to diet or force herself to exercise, her behaviors began to change naturally. She found herself choosing different foods, not because she was restricting herself, but because those were the foods that someone at their ideal weight would choose. She felt drawn to movement and activity because that's what her imagined self did. Her brain had been reprogrammed, and her behaviors automatically aligned with her new neural identity. She lost 40 pounds over the next year and has maintained that weight effortlessly for 3 years since. Because she's no longer fighting against her brain. Her brain is now wired to support the identity she chose. The hippocampus, a region in your brain crucial for memory formation, cannot distinguish between a memory of something that actually happened and a memory you've deliberately created through visualization. This is why vivid imagination combined with emotional intensity is so powerful. You can create memories of experiences you've never had, install them in your hippocampus, and your brain will reference these memories when making decisions and choosing behaviors. If you have a memory, even an imagined one, of confidently closing a major business deal, your brain will access that memory when you're in an actual sales situation, and it will guide you to behave in ways that match that successful memory. You're essentially hacking your own neurology by planting memories of your desired identities, experiences. The prefrontal cortex, the most evolved part of your brain, is where conscious choice happens. This is where you can override automatic programming and consciously select which neural pathway to activate. Every time you notice yourself thinking an old limiting thought and consciously choose to think a new empowering one instead, you're exercising your prefrontal cortex like a muscle. This ability to consciously intervene in automatic processes is what separates humans from less conscious beings, and it's the tool through which you reprogram yourself. You don't have to wait for the old programming to disappear before claiming your new identity. You use your prefrontal cortex to consciously choose your new identity, despite the old programming still running in the background. And gradually the new program becomes stronger, while the old one weakens through lack of use. Michael had been declaring, "I am successful," for weeks, but still felt like a failure every time he looked at his bank account or thought about his career. The old neural pathway of failure was still stronger than the new pathway of success he was trying to build. His breakthrough came when he understood the concept of cognitive control, the ability to hold two competing ideas in mind while choosing which one to give energy to. He could acknowledge that his current circumstances reflected past programming, failure identity, while simultaneously claiming and emotionally embodying his new identity, success. Instead of trying to deny or suppress the old programming, he would notice it arising and then consciously redirect his attention and energy to his new declaration. Yes, that's the old program. I acknowledge it, and I'm choosing the new program instead. I am successful. This practice of acknowledgement plus redirection is far more effective than suppression because you're not fighting the old programming. You're simply choosing not to feed it while you nurture the new programming instead. Sleep is the most critical window for reprogramming because during certain stages of sleep, your brain is actively consolidating memories, strengthening neural pathways, and pruning away unused connections. When you declare your new identity in the moments before sleep, especially while in the hypnagogic state between waking and sleeping, you're essentially leaving instructions for your brain about which pathways to strengthen during the night. Your brain will spend the next several hours of sleep reinforcing whatever identity you claimed before you drifted off. This is why the last thoughts and declarations you make before sleep are so powerful. They become the blueprint your brain uses for its nightly reorganization and strengthening process. Research on memory consolidation shows that the brain replays experiences during sleep, strengthening the neural pathways associated with those experiences. If you spend your evening ruminating on problems and failures, declaring, "I am stressed," or "I am overwhelmed," your brain will spend the night strengthening those pathways. But if you spend the final moments before sleep declaring and emotionally embodying your desired identity, your brain will spend the night strengthening those pathways instead. You're literally choosing which version of yourself gets reinforced while you sleep, which neural networks get strengthened, which identity becomes more automatic. The most sophisticated approach combines all these elements: conscious declaration of your new identity using the I am formula, emotional embodiment by accessing the genuine feeling of already being that identity, vivid imagination where you create full sensory experiences of living as that identity, and strategic timing by practicing this in the theta state just before sleep, when your brain is most receptive. This isn't just positive thinking or wishful fantasy. This is applied neuroscience. You're using your understanding of how the brain works to deliberately rewire it in alignment with your chosen identity. Dr. Andrew Huberman's research on neuroplasticity reveals that the process of creating new neural pathways requires 3 key elements: focused attention, repetition, and emotional salience. You must focus your attention on the new identity, repeat the practice consistently over time, and charge it with emotion to signal to your brain that this is important and worth wiring permanently. This explains why sporadic, emotionally flat affirmations don't work. They lack one or more of these essential elements. But when you consistently practice your I am declarations with full attention and genuine emotion, you're meeting all 3 requirements for neuroplastic change. Your brain has no choice but to reorganize itself around your declared identity. The beautiful truth is that your brain wants to change. It's designed to be plastic, to adapt, to evolve. The same mechanism that locked you into limiting patterns can free you from them, because that mechanism is neutral. It simply responds to whatever you practice and repeat. Your current identity isn't permanent. It's just well practiced. Your new identity doesn't have to be earned. It just needs to be practiced. Every time you declare, I am, followed by your chosen identity, every time you feel the emotion of being that identity, every time you imagine yourself living as that identity, you're practicing. You're writing new code. You're installing new software. And your brain, your magnificent, neuroplastic brain, is reorganizing itself to match, neuron by neuron, pathway by pathway, becoming the physical structure that supports the identity you've consciously chosen to embody. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, understand that you're not just resting. You're programming. Your final thoughts, your last declarations, your closing emotional state will be the instructions your brain follows while you sleep. Choose them wisely. Declare your truth powerfully. Feel it completely. And trust that while you rest, your brain is busy building the neural architecture of your new identity, preparing you to wake as a slightly different person, one night's programming, closer to becoming who you've decided to be. Chapter 6. The heart knows what the brain forgot. Your heart is not just a pump. This is perhaps the most consequential misconception in modern understanding of human consciousness. For centuries, Western science has treated the heart as a simple, mechanical device, a muscle that circulates blood, nothing more. But ancient wisdom traditions knew something that cutting-edge science is only now confirming. Your heart is an intelligence center, a processing organ, a broadcasting station that may actually be more influential in creating your reality than your brain itself. The heart has its own nervous system containing approximately 40,000 neurons, a heart-brain that can learn, remember, and make decisions independent of the cranial brain. And when it comes to manifestation, when it comes to collapsing the quantum field into specific forms, when it comes to declaring, I am, in a way that actually transforms reality, your heart holds the key that your brain has forgotten. The HeartMath Institute has conducted decades of research revealing something extraordinary. The electromagnetic field generated by your heart is approximately 5,000 times stronger than the field generated by your brain. This field extends several feet beyond your physical body, and every person you encounter steps into this field, is influenced by it, responds to it on a level beneath conscious awareness. But here's what changes everything. This electromagnetic field changes its pattern, its coherence, its information content, based on your emotional state. When you feel genuine emotions like gratitude, appreciation, care, or love, your heart rhythm becomes ordered and coherent, producing a smooth, harmonious wave pattern. When you feel stress, anxiety, frustration, or anger, your heart rhythm becomes chaotic and incoherent, producing jagged, disordered patterns, and the quantum field responds to coherence, not to words. This is why you can say, "I am abundant," 1,000 times with 0 results if your heart is generating the electromagnetic signature of lack. Your brain might be repeating the right words, but your heart is broadcasting a different message entirely, and the quantum field, the responsive, listening field that organizes itself around your declarations, is reading the heart's signal, not the brain's words. Your heart is the amplifier, the broadcaster, the organ through which your consciousness interfaces most powerfully with the field of infinite possibility. When your heart and your declaration are aligned, when you speak, "I am," from a state of heart coherence, you're not just making sounds. You're generating a focused electromagnetic beam that penetrates the quantum field like a laser, collapsing possibility into manifestation with precision and power. Dr. Roland McCrady's research at HeartMath has shown that the heart begins responding to a future event approximately 4 to 6 seconds before the event actually occurs. In experiments where participants were shown random images, some emotionally neutral, some emotionally charged, their heart rhythms would change in response to the emotional images before the images appeared on the screen. Before their brain had any information about what was coming, the heart was somehow accessing information from the future, responding to events that hadn't happened yet in linear time. This suggests that the heart exists partially outside the conventional timeline, connected to the quantum field where past, present, and future exist simultaneously. Your heart doesn't just respond to your reality. It participates in creating it by reaching into the field of possibility and drawing certain futures toward you based on its electromagnetic coherence. Consider what this means for your "I am" declarations. When you declare, "I am successful," while your heart is in a state of coherence, feeling genuine appreciation, gratitude, or love, you're not just hoping for success in some distant future. Your heart is already reaching into the quantum field, accessing the timeline where that success exists, and beginning to draw it into your present reality. The heart doesn't distinguish between remembering a past event, experiencing a present event, or anticipating a future event. It responds to all of them with real physiological changes. This is your opportunity. When you declare your new identity while generating heart coherence, your heart treats that identity as already real, already happening, and begins broadcasting the electromagnetic signature that attracts the matching circumstances. Sarah had been trying to manifest a loving relationship for years using every technique she'd learned. Vision boards, affirmations, visualizations. Nothing worked. She would declare, "I am loved," but underneath the words was a deep pattern of unworthiness running through her heart. Her heart was broadcasting loneliness and doubt, and no amount of mental affirmations could override that electromagnetic signal. When she learned about heart coherence, she completely changed her approach. Instead of declaring what she wanted while feeling its absence, she began cultivating genuine feelings of love and appreciation in her heart. First for herself, then for the people already in her life, then for experiences she was grateful for. She would place her hand over her heart, breathe slowly and deeply, and deliberately generate the feeling of warmth and appreciation until she could feel her heart rhythm shifting into coherence. Only then, from that state of heart coherence, would she declare, "I am loved," I am cherished. I am in a beautiful partnership. Within 6 weeks, she met someone who would become her husband. She hadn't changed her words. She had changed the electromagnetic field from which those words were spoken. The heart-brain connection works through the vagus nerve, a major communication highway that carries far more information from the heart to the brain than from the brain to the heart. In fact, roughly 80% of the nerve fibers in the vagus nerve carry information from the heart to the brain, not the other way around. This means your heart is constantly sending signals that influence your brain's processing of information, your perception of reality, your emotional responses, your decision-making capabilities. When your heart is in coherence, it sends signals to your brain that enhance cognitive function, improve emotional regulation, and increase access to intuition and creativity. When your heart is in incoherence, it sends stress signals that trigger the brain's threat response, narrowing perception, limiting creativity, and making it nearly impossible to access your higher capacities. This is why you can't think your way into a new identity. You must feel your way into it. Your brain is the servant, not the master. Your heart is the primary guidance system, and when you learn to shift your heart into coherence before making your I am declarations, you're enlisting the most powerful electromagnetic generator in your body to broadcast your new identity into the quantum field. The brain then follows the heart's lead, creating neural pathways that support the heart's electromagnetic signature. You're working with your body's natural hierarchy instead of against it. Ancient traditions understood this intuitively. In Egyptian mystery schools, initiates were taught that the heart was the seat of consciousness and the instrument of manifestation. The Egyptians believed that in the afterlife, the heart would be weighed against the feather of truth. Not the brain, the heart. In Hebrew tradition, the heart, lev, is mentioned over 800 times in the Old Testament as the center of will, emotion, and consciousness. When Solomon asked for wisdom, he asked for a listening heart. The Chinese character for thinking combines the symbols for field, heart, and brain, with the heart symbol positioned above the brain, indicating the heart's primacy in true understanding. These weren't primitive beliefs. They were sophisticated recognitions of what modern science is only now beginning to validate through electromagnetic field measurements and neurological research. The practice of heart coherence is deceptively simple, but profoundly powerful. You begin by shifting your attention from your head to the area around your heart. Place your hand over your heart if it helps you focus there. Then you breathe a little slower and deeper than normal, imagining that you're breathing in and out through your heart. This isn't anatomically accurate, but it's neurologically effective. The imagination of breathing through the heart helps shift your nervous system into a more coherent state. Then, and this is crucial, you activate a genuine positive emotion. You can recall a moment of appreciation, remember someone you love, feel gratitude for something in your life, or simply generate a feeling of care for yourself or others. The specific emotion matters less than its authenticity. Your heart knows the difference between a real feeling and a pretended one, and only real feelings shift your heart rhythm into coherence. Marcus was a trader who had lost nearly everything in a series of bad investments. His stress levels were so high that he was having physical symptoms, chest pain, insomnia, digestive issues. His brain was running constant loops of anxiety and regret, and his heart was in a state of chronic incoherence. Every attempt to make a comeback failed because his decision-making was compromised by the stress signals his heart was sending to his brain. When he learned the heart coherence technique, he was skeptical but desperate enough to try. For 2 weeks, he practiced shifting into heart coherence for just 5 minutes every morning and evening. He would recall the feeling of holding his daughter when she was born, breathe slowly, and let that feeling of love fill his chest until he could feel his heart rhythm smoothing out. From that state, he would declare, "I am clear-headed. I am guided to wise decisions. I am financially restored." Within a month, his decision-making had dramatically improved. Within 3 months, he had recovered his losses and was profitable again. The market hadn't changed. His heart coherence had changed, which changed his brain function, which changed his decisions, which changed his results. The heart also generates what researchers call heart rate variability, or HRV, the variation in time between heartbeats. High HRV indicates a healthy, adaptable nervous system and correlates with emotional resilience, cognitive flexibility, and overall well-being. Low HRV indicates a stressed, rigid system and correlates with anxiety, depression, and poor health outcomes. But here's what's remarkable. You can deliberately increase your HRV through heart coherence practices. When you breathe slowly and evoke positive emotions, your HRV increases, signaling to your entire system that you're safe, that resources are available, that it's appropriate to access higher functions rather than survival mode. This physiological shift makes it exponentially easier for your "I am" declarations to take root, because you're not fighting against a nervous system that's locked in threat response. The concept of emotional set point explains why some people seem to naturally attract positive experiences while others struggle despite working just as hard. Your emotional set point is the baseline emotional state your heart defaults to when you're not consciously directing it. If your set point is coherent, naturally tending toward appreciation, contentment, or peace, you're constantly broadcasting an electromagnetic field that attracts circumstances matching that frequency. If your set point is incoherent, naturally tending toward anxiety, frustration, or dissatisfaction, you're broadcasting a field that attracts matching circumstances. The good news is that your set point isn't fixed. Through consistent heart coherence practice, you can literally reset your emotional baseline, changing the default electromagnetic frequency your heart broadcasts into the quantum field. This is why gratitude is so transformative, not because of some mystical law of attraction, but because genuine gratitude generates immediate heart coherence. When you feel real appreciation for something, your heart rhythm instantly shifts into a coherent pattern. Your HRV increases. Your vagus nerve sends calming signals to your brain. Your entire nervous system recalibrates to a higher functioning state. And from that state, any "I am" declaration you make carries the electromagnetic power to actually manifest. Gratitude isn't just a nice spiritual practice. It's a technology for shifting your heart into the optimal broadcasting frequency. Jennifer had been battling chronic illness for 8 years. She had tried every medical treatment, every alternative therapy, every healing modality she could find. Some helped temporarily, but nothing created lasting change. Her heart coherence measurements showed extreme incoherence. Her heart rhythms were chaotic. Her HRV was dangerously low. Her entire system was locked in fight-or-flight mode. A practitioner suggested she spend just 3 minutes, 3 times per day, in deliberate heart coherence while declaring, "I am healing, I am healthy, I am whole." Jennifer was exhausted from trying new approaches, But this one was simple enough that she committed to it. The first week, she felt nothing. The second week, she noticed she was sleeping slightly better. By the fourth week, her pain levels had decreased noticeably. By the 8th week, her blood tests showed improvements that shocked her doctors. She continued the practice, and after 6 months, she was in remission. The disease hadn't been cured by positive thinking. It had been influenced by the electromagnetic coherence of her heart, finally communicating to her cells that it was safe to heal, that resources were available for regeneration, that the threat response could be turned off. The heart is also entrained, meaning it can influence and be influenced by other hearts in proximity. When you're in a state of heart coherence, people near you tend to synchronize with your coherent rhythm, often without realizing it. This is why being around certain people makes you feel calm and centered, while being around others makes you feel drained or agitated. You're responding to their heart's electromagnetic field, and they're responding to yours. When you cultivate heart coherence and make your I am declarations from that state, you're not only affecting your own reality, you're broadcasting a coherent field that influences everyone you encounter, making them more receptive, more open, more aligned with the frequency you're emanating. Teachers who cultivate heart coherence find their students more focused and cooperative. Leaders who operate from heart coherence find their teams more innovative and collaborative. Parents who maintain heart coherence find their children more calm and responsive. This isn't manipulation, it's alignment. You're not forcing others to match your frequency. You're creating a field of coherence so strong that their hearts naturally entrain to it, because coherence is the preferred state of all living systems. Chaos is stressful and energy depleting. Coherence is peaceful and energy generating. Given the option, hearts naturally choose coherence. Robert had always struggled in leadership positions despite having the right skills and knowledge. His teams were consistently underperforming, meetings were tense, turnover was high. He assumed he just wasn't meant to be a leader. Then he measured his heart coherence during a typical workday and discovered he was spending most of his time in extreme incoherence. Stress, frustration, and impatience were his dominant states, and his heart was broadcasting that chaos to everyone around him. He began a practice of resetting his heart coherence multiple times throughout the day. Before every meeting, before every difficult conversation, before every important decision, he would take 2 minutes to shift into coherence, breathing slowly, feeling appreciation for his team, generating genuine care for their success. Within 2 weeks, the entire atmosphere of his workplace had shifted. People were more relaxed, more creative, more willing to collaborate. His team's performance improved dramatically, not because he had developed new leadership techniques, but because he had changed the electromagnetic field within which everyone was operating. The heart's electromagnetic field can also be measured affecting DNA. Research has shown that coherent heart rhythms can influence the winding and unwinding of DNA strands, potentially affecting gene expression. This suggests that when you generate heart coherence while declaring your new identity, you may actually be influencing your genetic expression, turning on genes that support your declared identity, and turning off genes that would reinforce old patterns. You're not changing your DNA sequence. You're changing which parts of your DNA are active, which instructions your cells are following. The field of epigenetics confirms that gene expression is not fixed, but is influenced by environment, belief, emotion, and yes, the electromagnetic coherence of your heart. Ancient mystics spoke of the heart as the throne of the soul, the sacred temple where the divine dwells within you. Modern science is revealing that this wasn't metaphorical. The heart is indeed the primary interface between your consciousness and the quantum field, the most powerful transmitter you possess, the organ that doesn't just respond to reality, but actively participates in creating it. When Jesus said, "As a man believes in his heart, so is he," he wasn't talking about emotional sentimentality. He was pointing to the creative power of the heart's electromagnetic field combined with conscious belief. When ancient teachers instructed students to guard your heart above all else, they weren't just giving moral advice. They were teaching practical physics. Your heart is the guardian and generator of your electromagnetic frequency, and that frequency determines what you attract, what you experience, what you manifest. The integration of heart and declaration creates an unstoppable force for transformation. When you speak, "I am," from a state of heart coherence, you're aligning the two most powerful aspects of your being, consciousness and electromagnetic field, intention and broadcast, thought and feeling. The quantum field cannot resist this alignment. It must respond. It must reorganize itself to match the coherent signal you're transmitting. This is not hopeful thinking or spiritual platitude. This is measurable physics. Coherent electromagnetic fields have demonstrable effects on matter, on probability, on the organization of reality at the quantum level. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, take a few moments to shift into heart coherence. Place your hand over your heart. Breathe slowly and gently, and recall something or someone you genuinely appreciate. Feel that appreciation spreading through your chest like warm light. Notice how your heart rhythm begins to smooth out, how your entire body begins to relax, how your mind becomes clearer and calmer. From this state of coherence, from this electromagnetic harmony, make your "I am" declarations. Speak them from your heart, not just your mind. Feel them in your chest, not just think them in your head. You're not just saying words. You're broadcasting a coherent electromagnetic signal into the quantum field, and that field is listening with perfect attention, preparing to reflect back to you a reality that matches the frequency of your heart. Your brain may have forgotten its connection to the creative power of the universe, but your heart remembers. Trust it, align with it, speak from it, and watch as reality reorganizes itself around the coherent truth your heart is broadcasting. Chapter 7. The war between who you are and who you believe you are. There's a civil war happening inside you right now. On one side stands your true self, the infinite consciousness that existed before you learned language, before you were told who you should be, before you accumulated the layers of conditioning that now feel like your identity. On the other side stands your programmed self, the collection of beliefs, memories, traumas, and patterns that have convinced you they are who you really are. These two aspects of yourself are in constant conflict, and this conflict is the source of every self-sabotage, every inconsistent result, every moment where you take 2 steps forward and 3 steps back. Until you understand this war and learn how to resolve it, your "I am" declarations will be like trying to drive a car with one foot on the gas and the other on the brake. You'll generate a lot of noise and heat, but won't actually go anywhere. Dr. Bruce Lipton's research on cellular biology revealed something that shocked the scientific community. Your cells are not controlled primarily by your DNA, as previously believed, but by signals from your environment and your perceptions of that environment. Your genes are like a blueprint, But your beliefs are the contractor who decides which parts of the blueprint to build and which to ignore. When your conscious mind declares, "I am abundant," but your subconscious mind believes, "I am unworthy of wealth," your cells receive contradictory signals. It's like having two architects shouting different instructions to the same construction crew. The result is confusion, inconsistency, and a structure that doesn't match either blueprint perfectly. Your body doesn't know which identity to build because you're giving it conflicting information. This internal war manifests in specific, predictable ways. You start a new exercise routine with genuine commitment, and 3 weeks later you've abandoned it without understanding why. You get close to achieving a financial goal, and suddenly an unexpected expense appears to drain your progress. You're on the verge of a breakthrough in a relationship, and you unconsciously say or do something that creates distance. These aren't accidents or coincidences. They're your subconscious mind sabotaging your conscious intentions because the new reality you're trying to create threatens the identity it knows and has committed to protecting. Your subconscious doesn't care if the identity it's protecting is limiting or painful. It only cares about maintaining consistency with what it believes to be true about you. The subconscious mind operates on a simple principle: better the devil you know than the angel you don't. It perceives any change to your core identity as a potential threat to your survival, even if that change would objectively improve your life. This is because your subconscious was primarily programmed during childhood, when your survival literally depended on fitting in, being accepted, not rocking the boat. If you learned as a child that being small and invisible kept you safe, your subconscious coded, "I am insignificant," as a survival strategy. Now, decades later, when your conscious adult self tries to declare, "I am powerful and visible," your subconscious interprets this as danger. Visibility meant danger when you were young, so your subconscious activates every defense mechanism it has to pull you back to the familiar and therefore safe identity of insignificance. Thomas had been working toward a major promotion for 2 years. He had the skills, the experience, the track record. His conscious mind wanted the advancement desperately. But every time he got close to the opportunity, he would do something to undermine himself. Show up late to a crucial meeting, forget to submit an important report, make an uncharacteristic error that raised questions about his readiness. He was baffled by his own behavior until a therapist helped him uncover the subconscious belief running his sabotage program. When Thomas was 12, his older brother received a major academic award and became the center of attention in their family. Their father, threatened by not being the primary achiever, became cold and distant toward the brother. Thomas's young mind created the equation: success and visibility equal loss of love. His subconscious had been protecting him from promotion because it genuinely believed that advancing would cost him connection and belonging, the core human needs that felt like survival to his childhood self. The war between conscious and subconscious creates what psychologists call cognitive dissonance, the mental discomfort of holding two contradictory beliefs simultaneously. This discomfort is so unpleasant that your mind will do almost anything to resolve it, usually by unconsciously sabotaging the new belief to maintain consistency with the old one. You can't simultaneously believe, "I am worthy of love," and "I am fundamentally unlovable," without experiencing significant internal tension. Something has to give. For most people, what gives is the new belief because the old belief is more deeply rooted, more emotionally charged with years or decades of reinforcing experiences, and more closely tied to your survival strategies from childhood. The key to ending this war is not to fight harder or force your way through resistance. It's to understand why the war exists in the first place, and then create peace between the opposing sides. Your subconscious is not your enemy. It's a protective mechanism that's using outdated information. It's like having a security system that's still responding to threats from 20 years ago that no longer exist. You don't destroy the security system. You update its programming with current information. You show your subconscious that the new identity you're claiming is not only safe, but actually serves survival and thriving better than the old identity ever did. The process of integration begins with acknowledgement. You must recognize and validate the old identity without condemning it. That identity served you once. It protected you. It helped you survive circumstances that genuinely required those defenses. Thank it for its service. Appreciate what it did for you. This isn't just psychological pleasantry. This is essential for disarming the subconscious's resistance. When you attack the old identity, call it stupid or weak, or try to forcefully erase it, you activate the subconscious's defense mechanisms even more strongly. But when you acknowledge it with respect and gratitude, you signal to your subconscious that you're not trying to destroy it. You're trying to evolve it. Maria had been carrying the identity "I am not smart enough" since elementary school when a teacher made a careless comment about her abilities. This identity had limited her for 35 years, keeping her in jobs below her potential, preventing her from pursuing education or opportunities that interested her. When she learned about resolving internal conflict, she tried something radically different from her previous attempts to overcome this limitation. Instead of fighting the belief or trying to prove it wrong, she actually spoke to it. She acknowledged that "I am not smart enough" had protected her from the risk of failure, from potential humiliation, from the vulnerability of trying and not succeeding. She thanked this identity for keeping her safe in a world that felt dangerous and judgmental, and then she gently explained that she was ready now, that she had resources and resilience she didn't have as a child, that it was safe to try. "I am intelligent and capable." This approach of compassionate negotiation, rather than forceful override, created a shift that years of affirmations had failed to produce. Within months, she had enrolled in a master's program she'd been too afraid to attempt for a decade. The subconscious communicates through emotion, not logic. You cannot reason with it using rational arguments about why your new identity makes more sense than your old one. It doesn't care about logic. It cares about safety, and safety is determined by emotional patterns, not rational analysis. This is why you must feel your way through the integration process. When resistance arises, when you declare, "I am abundant," and immediately feel anxiety, doubt, or the urge to sabotage, you don't push through that feeling. You pause and get curious about it. What is this feeling trying to protect you from? What does this part of you believe will happen if you actually become abundant? What childhood experience created the association between abundance and danger? James was attempting to build a business but found himself paralyzed every time he got close to success. The resistance would show up as sudden exhaustion, mysterious illnesses, or compelling distractions that would derail his momentum. Instead of forcing himself to push through, he started dialoguing with the resistance. He would sit quietly and ask, "What are you afraid will happen if I succeed?" The answer that emerged surprised him. If you succeed, you'll become like him. Him was James's father, a successful businessman who was also emotionally absent, workaholic, and eventually lost his family to divorce. James's subconscious had created an equation. Business success equals becoming a bad father and husband. No amount of conscious willpower could override this deeply embedded belief because it was tied to one of his core values, being a good father and partner. Once James consciously recognized this association, he could address it directly. He declared, "I am successful in business and present with my family. I am abundant and connected. I am achieving and loving." He was giving his subconscious a new equation, a way to have both success and connection, instead of having to choose between them. The concept of parts work from internal family systems therapy provides a useful framework for understanding this internal conflict. You're not a single, unified self. You're a collection of parts, each with its own beliefs, motivations, and protective strategies. One part of you wants to be wealthy. Another part believes wealth corrupts. One part wants to be visible and celebrated. Another part believes visibility invites attack. One part wants intimate connection. Another part believes vulnerability leads to abandonment. These parts aren't disorders or problems. They're natural aspects of a complex consciousness trying to navigate a complex world. The war happens when these parts are in opposition without any mediating awareness to help them cooperate. The resolution comes when you develop what therapists call the self, with a capital S, the calm, compassionate, curious awareness that can observe all your parts without being controlled by any single one. This is your true identity, the I am consciousness that exists before any particular qualities or characteristics. When you operate from this centered awareness, you can notice the war without being destroyed by it. You can acknowledge the part that's afraid of success without letting it sabotage your progress. You can appreciate the part that's protecting you from vulnerability without letting it isolate you from connection. You become the wise parent to your own inner children, the conductor orchestrating all the different instruments into a coherent symphony instead of letting them play competing melodies that create chaos. Rebecca had struggled with weight her entire life, losing and regaining the same 40 pounds repeatedly. The conscious part of her desperately wanted to be fit and healthy. But there was a subconscious part that had learned, after being sexually harassed at a young age, that being overweight provided a protective buffer. It made her less visible to predatory attention, less vulnerable to unwanted advances. These two parts were at war. The part that wanted to be healthy and attractive, and the part that equated attractiveness with danger. Neither part was wrong. They both had valid concerns and were trying to protect her. The resolution came when Rebecca acknowledged both parts and found a way to honor both concerns. She declared, "I am healthy and fit and safe. I am attractive and protected. I am visible and sovereign over my own body." She began training in martial arts, which gave her a physical sense of capability and protection that allowed the defensive part to relax its need for weight as armor. The weight came off naturally when the internal war ended, when both parts could support the same outcome instead of fighting for opposite goals. The phenomenon of upper limit problem that Gay Hendricks describes is another manifestation of this internal war. You have an unconscious ceiling for how much success, love, health, or happiness you believe you can have. When you approach that ceiling, anxiety increases and self-sabotage activates to bring you back down to your familiar level. This isn't a character flaw. It's your subconscious maintaining consistency with what it believes is your normal. If your subconscious believes your normal is moderate happiness with regular struggles, it will sabotage moments of exceptional joy to restore you to your programmed baseline. If your subconscious believes your normal is comfortable but not wealthy, it will create problems when your income starts rising significantly beyond that comfortable level. The way to raise your upper limit is not to smash through it with force, but to gradually expand it with consistency. You declare your new identity. I am abundantly wealthy. I am deeply happy. I am completely healthy. And then you notice when resistance arises. Instead of interpreting the resistance as evidence that you can't have what you want, you recognize it as your subconscious bumping up against its current programming. You acknowledge the discomfort, appreciate the protective intention behind it, and gently, consistently reaffirm your new declaration. Over time, your subconscious recalibrates. The ceiling rises. What once felt impossible becomes comfortable, and what felt comfortable becomes the new normal you're expanding beyond. Daniel experienced this with income. Every time his monthly revenue approached $15,000, something would happen. A client would delay payment, an unexpected expense would arise, or he would unconsciously reduce his sales efforts. After months of this pattern, he recognized it as an upper limit issue. His father had never earned more than $15,000 a month, and Daniel's subconscious had coded that as the limit of what's possible for men in our family. Consciously, Daniel knew this was irrational. He lived in a different economy, had different skills, faced different opportunities. But his subconscious didn't care about rational arguments. It cared about loyalty and belonging, and on some level, exceeding his father's achievement felt like betrayal. Once Daniel recognized this, he could address it directly. He spoke to his father, received permission and encouragement to exceed his father's income, and declared, "I am honoring my father and exceeding his accomplishments. I am grateful for what he provided and creating more abundance." Within 3 months, his income had doubled and stabilized at the new level, because the internal conflict had been resolved. The practice of befriending resistance transforms your relationship with the internal war. Instead of viewing resistance as the enemy to be conquered, you view it as information to be understood. Every time you declare your new identity and feel resistance, you pause and ask, what is this resistance protecting me from? What does this part of me need to feel safe enough to support the new identity? This curiosity-based approach engages your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain capable of integration and wise decision-making, rather than activating your amygdala, the part that interprets everything as fight or flight. You're creating an internal environment of collaboration rather than combat. Meditation teacher Tara Brach teaches a practice called RAIN that's particularly useful for working with internal conflict. Recognize what's happening, allow it to be there without fighting it. Investigate with curiosity and compassion, and nurture with self-kindness. When you apply this to the war between identities, you recognize when your old identity is being triggered. You allow it to be present without immediately trying to suppress it. You investigate what it's protecting you from and what it needs, and you nurture both the old and new parts of yourself with compassion. This isn't weakness. This is the strongest possible approach because it actually resolves the conflict at its root instead of just temporarily overriding it with willpower. The integration process accelerates when you create what psychologists call a coherent narrative, a story about yourself that makes sense of both your past and your desired future without contradiction. Your old identity isn't wrong or bad. It was exactly right for who you were and what you needed at that time in your life. Your new identity isn't betraying your past. It's honoring your past by building on the foundation it created and evolving into what you're ready for now. When you can tell a story that includes both, I was someone who needed to be small to feel safe, and I'm becoming someone who can be visible and powerful while still maintaining safety. You eliminate the either-or conflict and create a both-and resolution. The subconscious is not convinced by words alone. It's convinced by consistent evidence over time. This is why your I am declarations must be paired with small, achievable actions that prove to your subconscious that the new identity is safe and sustainable. If you're declaring, I am confident, you must also take small actions that a confident person would take. Making eye contact, speaking up in a meeting, wearing clothes that make you feel powerful. Each small action that doesn't result in catastrophe is evidence to your subconscious that the new identity is safe. Each successful experience at the new level of being recalibrates your nervous system's threat detection, gradually convincing your protective mechanisms that they can relax their resistance. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, understand that the war between your identities doesn't have to be resolved through force or violence. It resolves through understanding, compassion, and integration. As you make your I am declarations in that liminal space before sleep, if you feel resistance arising, don't fight it. Acknowledge it. Thank it for trying to protect you. Reassure it that you understand its concerns and that you're taking them into account. Declare your new identity not as a rejection of who you've been, but as an evolution of it. You're not destroying the old self. You're incorporating its wisdom while expanding beyond its limitations. This is not a war to be won, but a reconciliation to be achieved. And when your conscious and subconscious minds finally align behind the same identity, when all your parts are working together toward the same goal, you become an unstoppable force of manifestation because you're no longer fighting yourself. You're finally, fully, completely on your own side. Chapter 8. Inhabiting the frequency of your true self. There comes a moment in every transformation when you must stop preparing to become and start being. You've learned the principles, understood the neuroscience, recognized the quantum mechanics, dissolved the internal conflicts. Now comes the most crucial and most challenging step. Living as if the identity you've declared is already fully realized, walking through your current reality while inhabiting the frequency of your desired future. This is not pretending. This is not fake it till you make it. In the superficial sense that phrase is usually understood, this is quantum embodiment, existing simultaneously in your present circumstances while broadcasting the electromagnetic signature of your realized self, collapsing the wave function of possibility into the particle reality of manifestation through the sheer consistency of your state of being. The reason most people fail at manifestation is not because they don't know what they want or don't declare it properly. It's because they can't sustain the frequency of already being what they're trying to become. They declare, I am abundant in the morning, and then spend the entire day thinking, feeling, and acting like someone who lacks abundance. They affirm, I am confident, and then apologize for taking up space, second-guess every decision, and shrink in social situations. The declaration and the frequency don't match, and the quantum field always responds to frequency, not to words. You could speak your desired identity 1,000 times, But if you're broadcasting the electromagnetic signature of your old identity for 23 hours and 55 minutes of each day, the field will manifest the old identity, because that's the dominant signal it's receiving. Dr. Joe Dispenza's research participants who achieved remarkable transformations, spontaneous healings, dramatic life changes, manifestations that seemed miraculous, all had one thing in common. They learned to inhabit the frequency of their desired state for sustained periods before any external evidence appeared. They didn't wait to feel healthy before thinking like a healthy person. They thought, felt, and acted as healthy people while their bodies were still sick, and eventually their bodies reorganized to match the frequency they were consistently broadcasting. They didn't wait for money to appear before feeling abundant. They generated the internal state of abundance, the peace, the gratitude, the sense of sufficiency, while their bank accounts were still depleted and opportunities began appearing that matched their new frequency. This is the advanced practice, the place where spiritual understanding becomes practical power. You must learn to generate the internal state, independent of external circumstances. Most people operate in reverse. They let their circumstances determine their state. If things go well, they feel good. If things go badly, they feel terrible. They're in constant reaction mode, which means they're perpetually recreating the same reality because their state is always a reflection of what already is, rather than a broadcast of what they're calling into being. To transform your reality, you must reverse this equation. Your state must determine your circumstances, not the other way around. Your frequency must be self-generated, self-sustained, independent of whether external evidence has manifested yet. Consider how this works in practical terms. You declare, "I am financially free." The next question is, how does someone who is financially free move through their day? What thoughts occupy their mind? What emotions flow through their body? How do they make decisions? How do they relate to money when they see it or spend it? How do they carry themselves physically? What's their energy when they wake up in the morning and when they go to sleep at night? You must become intimately familiar with the complete internal experience of being that identity, and then you must practice maintaining that experience regardless of what your external circumstances are showing you right now. Angela was deeply in debt. $87,000 in credit cards, student loans, and medical bills. Her conscious mind wanted to declare, "I am abundant." But every time she looked at her debt or paid her bills, she would feel crushing anxiety and desperation. She was trying to manifest abundance while spending most of her time in the frequency of scarcity. The breakthrough came when she learned to separate her current circumstances from her state of being. She acknowledged her debt factually, without emotional charge, the way you might note the weather. "It's raining today, and I have $87,000 in debt." Then she would deliberately shift into the frequency of abundance by asking, how would someone who is abundant handle this situation? An abundant person wouldn't panic or despair. They would calmly assess options, make strategic decisions, and trust in their ability to create value. Angela began inhabiting that frequency. When paying bills, instead of feeling desperate, she felt grateful that she had resources to pay them. When checking her bank balance, instead of feeling anxious, she felt appreciative for the money that was there, however little it seemed. She made financial decisions from a state of sufficiency rather than lack. Within 18 months, she had paid off the entire debt, not through a windfall or lottery win, but through opportunities, ideas, and resources that appeared precisely because she had shifted her frequency from scarcity to abundance, before the external evidence supported it. The key is understanding that your state of being creates a filter through which you perceive reality and a broadcast signal that determines what you attract. Two people can face identical circumstances, both unemployed, both facing health challenges, both experiencing relationship difficulties, and have completely different outcomes based entirely on the frequency they're inhabiting. One person inhabits the frequency of defeat, victimhood, and helplessness. They see obstacles, interpret setbacks as confirmations of their limitations, and remain stuck in repeating patterns. The other person inhabits the frequency of empowerment, creativity, and possibility. They see opportunities within challenges, interpret setbacks as redirections toward better paths, and rapidly transform their circumstances. Same external situation, completely different internal frequency, radically different outcomes. The practice of acting as if is often misunderstood as superficial play acting, but when done correctly, it's a profound technology for collapsing quantum possibilities into physical reality. You're not pretending, you're practicing. You're not faking, you're embodying. When you act as if you already are the identity you've declared, you're training your nervous system, rewiring your neural pathways, and broadcasting a coherent electromagnetic field that the quantum field must respond to. The word act comes from the Latin agere, meaning to do, or to drive forward. You're not acting in the theatrical sense. You're taking action from the frequency of your realized identity, thereby driving that identity forward into manifestation. Michael had been trying to build a coaching business for 3 years with minimal success. He was stuck at 2 or 3 clients per month, barely making enough to cover expenses. He would declare, "I am a successful coach," but then check his email 17 times a day, hoping for inquiries, discount his fees when people showed the slightest hesitation, and apologize for his rates as if he didn't deserve them. His frequency was screaming, "I'm desperate and don't believe in my value." When someone pointed this out, Michael made a radical shift. He asked himself, how would a highly successful, in-demand coach operate? Such a coach wouldn't check email obsessively. They'd have systems and confidence. They wouldn't discount fees. They'd stand firmly in their value. They wouldn't apologize for their pricing. They'd present it as the fair exchange it was. Michael began acting as if he was already that successful coach, even though his bank account didn't reflect it yet. He checked email only 3 times per day. He raised his fees and presented them without apology or discount. He turned down clients who weren't ideal fits, trusting that better-aligned clients would appear. Within 3 months, he was fully booked at his new higher rates. Within 6 months, he had a waiting list. The market hadn't changed. His skills hadn't dramatically improved. His frequency had shifted from scarcity and desperation to abundance and certainty, and the quantum field reorganized opportunities around that new frequency. The concept of vibrational escrow from Abraham Hicks' teachings explains why your manifestations sometimes feel like they're not arriving. Everything you've asked for already exists as organized potential in the quantum field. It's in escrow, waiting for you to become a vibrational match to receive it. The reason it hasn't manifested in your physical reality isn't because it doesn't exist, or because you don't deserve it. It's because you're not yet consistently broadcasting the frequency that matches it. You're asking for prosperity while broadcasting lack. You're asking for love while broadcasting unworthiness. You're asking for success while broadcasting inadequacy. The universe isn't withholding these things from you. You're withholding yourself from the frequency at which they exist. The solution is to become the frequency first, before the manifestation appears. This requires faith, not religious faith, but quantum faith, the understanding that what you cannot yet see with your physical eyes already exists in the field of possibility and will materialize when you match its frequency consistently enough. This is why ancient teachers spoke of believing you've already received what you're praying for. They understood that in the quantum realm, time is not linear. Your future self already exists as an organized pattern of possibility, and when you inhabit that frequency now, you collapse the timeline, drawing that future into your present. The challenge is that your logical mind will protest this approach. It will insist that you can't feel abundant until you have money, can't feel confident until you have proof of capability, can't feel loved until someone loves you. This is backwards thinking, and it keeps you locked in your current reality forever. The truth is, you must feel abundant to attract abundance, feel confident to attract success, feel loved to attract love. The feeling doesn't follow the manifestation. The feeling precedes and creates the manifestation. This is not magical thinking. This is quantum mechanics. The observer's state determines what collapses from the field of possibility into physical reality. Jennifer had been single for 7 years after a devastating divorce. She desperately wanted a loving relationship, but couldn't shake the feeling of being unwanted and unlovable. Every date reinforced this identity. The men didn't call back, relationships didn't progress beyond a few weeks, and she remained alone. A friend suggested she needed to become the frequency of the relationship she wanted before the relationship could appear. Jennifer didn't fully understand this, but decided to experiment. She began living as if she was already in a loving partnership. She made decisions the way someone in a healthy relationship would make them, considering we instead of just I. She set the table for two, even when eating alone, as practice for the habit of togetherness. She spoke to the empty space beside her, telling her future partner about her day. This felt absurd at first, but something shifted. She noticed she felt less desperate, less needy, more complete. When she went on dates, she wasn't auditioning for acceptance. She was assessing compatibility from a place of already feeling loved. Within 4 months, she met someone. Within a year, they were engaged. She hadn't attracted him through need. She had attracted him through the frequency of already being in the loving relationship she desired. Physical posture and movement also broadcast frequency. Your body and mind are not separate systems. They're one integrated whole in constant communication. When you hold your body in the posture of defeat, shoulders rounded, head down, chest collapsed, you're not just expressing an emotion, you're creating it and broadcasting it. When you hold your body in the posture of confidence, spine straight, chest open, head level, you're generating that frequency neurologically and electromagnetically. Studies on embodied cognition show that people who hold power poses for just 2 minutes experience measurable increases in testosterone and decreases in cortisol, shifting their entire hormonal and neurological state toward confidence and effectiveness. You can use your body deliberately to generate the frequency of your desired identity. Social psychologist Amy Cuddy's research demonstrated that power posing, standing in expansive, confident positions, doesn't just make you appear confident to others. It actually changes your internal chemistry and your willingness to take risks. The participants who held power poses for 2 minutes before job interviews performed significantly better and were more likely to be hired than those who held contractive, low-power poses. They weren't pretending to be confident. Their bodies were generating the actual biochemistry of confidence, which then influenced their thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. You can use this principle deliberately. When you declare, "I am powerful," also stand, sit, and move like someone who is powerful. Your nervous system doesn't distinguish between authentic confidence and embodied confidence. It simply responds to the signals it receives and creates the matching internal state. The practice of environmental cues helps maintain your desired frequency throughout the day. You cannot expect to sustain a high frequency if you're constantly surrounding yourself with reminders of your old identity. If you're declaring, "I am abundant," but living in chaos and clutter, wearing clothes that make you feel poor, and surrounding yourself with people who constantly complain about lack, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your environment is constantly feeding you signals about who you are, and these signals either reinforce your new identity or pull you back to your old one. Someone who is abundant treats their space with care, wears clothes that make them feel prosperous even if they're inexpensive, and spends time with people who think expansively about possibilities. You must curate your environment to support the frequency you're trying to sustain. David was trying to embody success while working from a cluttered, disorganized home office filled with unpaid bills, abandoned projects, and general chaos. Every time he sat down to work, his environment was silently broadcasting, "I am overwhelmed and disorganized." He would declare, "I am successful and effective," but his environment was constantly contradicting that declaration. When he finally cleared his space, organized his systems, and created an environment that reflected the successful professional he was claiming to be, his productivity tripled. His environment was no longer fighting against his declared identity. It was reinforcing it with every visual cue, every organized system, every detail that whispered, "Someone successful works here." The frequency you're inhabiting reveals itself in how you speak, the words you choose, the stories you tell about yourself and your life. Someone inhabiting the frequency of victimhood uses passive language. "Things happen to me. I can't because they won't let me." Someone inhabiting the frequency of empowerment uses active language. "I'm creating, I'm choosing, I'm learning." Listen to your own words throughout the day, as if you're a neutral observer. Are you speaking from your old identity or your new one? Are your words broadcasting limitation or possibility? Every time you catch yourself speaking from the old frequency, pause and rephrase from the new frequency. This isn't about being inauthentic. It's about being intentional. You're choosing which aspect of yourself gets voice and energy. The frequency must be maintained not just in isolated practices or meditation sessions, but throughout the mundane moments of daily life. This is where most people fail. They can access their desired state during a morning visualization practice, but then they spend the other 23 hours broadcasting their old identity through their thoughts, emotions, words, and behaviors. The transformation happens when you can maintain your declared frequency while paying bills, sitting in traffic, dealing with difficult people, facing setbacks. Anyone can feel abundant during a guided meditation. The master maintains the frequency of abundance while looking at an overdrawn bank account and still makes decisions from sufficiency rather than desperation. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, understand that the state you inhabit in these final moments of consciousness will be the frequency your subconscious works with throughout the night. If you drift into sleep while worrying about problems, replaying failures, or feeling the emotional weight of your current challenges, you're programming your subconscious to strengthen those patterns. But if you consciously shift into the frequency of your realized identity, feeling the emotions of already being that person, thinking the thoughts that person thinks, resting in the certainty of your declared truth, you're giving your subconscious the blueprint to build while you sleep. You're not waiting for your circumstances to change before you allow yourself to feel the way you want to feel. You're generating the frequency now, independent of evidence, and trusting that the quantum field will reorganize physical reality to match the consistent signal you're broadcasting. This is not blind faith. This is quantum physics. The field is listening. It's always listening. The only question is, what frequency are you broadcasting? Chapter 9. When the universe says yes to your declarations. There comes a moment when everything shifts. You've been declaring your new identity, maintaining your frequency, doing the internal work, and then suddenly, sometimes dramatically, sometimes subtly, reality begins to reorganize itself around your declarations. Doors that were closed swing open. People who can help you appear seemingly out of nowhere. Resources materialize. Opportunities align. Obstacles dissolve. The quantum field has finally reorganized enough that the physical world must reflect the frequency you've been consistently broadcasting. But here's what most people don't understand. The universe has been saying yes from the very beginning. What changed wasn't the universe's willingness to manifest your desires. What changed was your ability to recognize and receive what was always being offered. The quantum field responds instantaneously to your declarations, but the manifestation in physical reality requires a certain threshold of coherence and consistency to be reached before it becomes visible to your senses. Think of it like water heating on a stove. From the moment you turn on the heat, the temperature is rising, but you won't see bubbles until the water reaches 212 degrees Fahrenheit. The heating process was happening all along, invisible to the naked eye. Your manifestations work the same way. From the moment you declare, "I am," with genuine feeling, and maintain that frequency consistently, the quantum field begins reorganizing. But there's a lag time between the reorganization at the quantum level and the appearance of evidence at the physical level. Most people give up right before the water boils, assuming that because they can't see bubbles yet, the heat isn't working. The first signs of manifestation often appear as synchronicities, meaningful coincidences that seem too perfectly timed to be random. You think of someone and they call. You need information and the exact book falls off a shelf in front of you. You're wondering about a decision and you overhear a conversation that provides clarity. Carl Jung called this synchronicity, but what it really represents is the quantum field responding to your frequency by arranging circumstances to match. When you're broadcasting a coherent signal of your desired identity, the field begins organizing people, events, information, and opportunities to support that identity. Synchronicities aren't magic. They're the visible evidence that your frequency has achieved enough coherence to begin influencing probability and attracting matching circumstances. Thomas had been declaring, "I am a successful author," for 4 months with no visible progress. He was writing every day, maintaining the frequency of someone whose work matters and reaches people, but nothing external had changed. Then, within a single week, everything shifted. He was introduced to an agent through a random conversation at a coffee shop. An editor he'd queried 6 months earlier suddenly responded with interest. A writers' group he'd applied to accepted him after months on a waiting list. and a contest he'd forgotten he'd entered notified him he'd won, which came with both prize money and publication. Thomas hadn't gotten luckier. The quantum field had been organizing these possibilities from the moment he started broadcasting his author frequency consistently, but they all required time to align, arrange, and materialize. When they did, they appeared to arrive simultaneously, creating what seemed like a sudden breakthrough, but was actually the culmination of months of invisible quantum reorganization. Recognition is the first key to receiving your manifestation. The universe is always offering you what matches your frequency, but if you're not paying attention, if you're looking for manifestation to appear in a specific form or through a particular channel, you'll miss the actual offering. Your conscious mind has ideas about how abundance should arrive, maybe through a raise, a lottery win, or an inheritance. But the quantum field delivers through the path of least resistance, which might be an unexpected client, a friend who needs exactly the service you provide, or an idea that leads to a new income stream. If you're fixated on your predicted path, you'll walk right past the actual path the universe is presenting. Sarah had been declaring, "I am in a loving partnership," for over a year. She had a clear picture of what this partner would look like, how they would meet, what their relationship would be like. When she actually met someone who matched her frequency perfectly, she almost dismissed him because he didn't fit her mental image. He was shorter than she'd visualized, worked in a different field than she'd expected, and they met through a work connection rather than the romantic chance encounter she'd imagined. Only because a friend pointed out that this person demonstrated every quality she'd actually been asking for: kindness, integrity, emotional availability, shared values, did she recognize that the universe had said yes, just not in the package she'd been expecting. 3 years later, they're married, and she reflects often on how close she came to rejecting her manifestation, simply because it didn't match her preconceived ideas about how it should appear. The second key to receiving is allowing rather than forcing. When manifestation begins to appear, there's a temptation to grab at it, control it, force it to happen faster, or to conform to your specific expectations. This grasping energy actually repels manifestation because it's broadcasting the frequency of lack and desperation, rather than abundance and trust. The quantum field has already said yes. Your job is to allow the yes to unfold in its own timing and form. This doesn't mean you're passive. It means you take inspired action when it presents itself, and you trust the process when waiting is what's called for. Marcus had been building his business with the identity, "I am successful and abundant." After months of consistent effort and frequency maintenance, opportunities began appearing. A potential major client expressed interest. Another company wanted to discuss partnership. An investor reached out about funding. Marcus's old pattern would have been to desperately chase all three simultaneously, afraid that if he didn't grab everything immediately, the opportunities would disappear. But he'd learned about allowing. Instead of grasping, he stayed in his frequency of abundance, which naturally includes the knowing that there's more than enough. He calmly assessed each opportunity, had conversations without desperation, and made decisions based on alignment rather than fear of scarcity. 2 of the opportunities weren't actually good fits, and by not forcing them, he saved himself from deals that would have drained his energy and resources. The 3rd opportunity was perfect, and because he approached it from abundance rather than desperation, he negotiated terms that were far better than he would have accepted from a place of scarcity. The universe had said yes to all 3 possibilities, but his allowing rather than forcing helped him recognize which yes was meant for him. The 3rd key is gratitude for evidence, no matter how small. When you're declaring a major transformation, I am wealthy, when you're currently broke. I am healthy when you're sick. I am successful when you're struggling. The first evidence that appears will likely be small. A penny on the sidewalk, a slight improvement in symptoms, a small win at work. Your ego will dismiss these as insignificant, not worth noticing. But your subconscious is watching to see how you respond to small manifestations. If you dismiss them, you're essentially telling the quantum field, this isn't enough, send it back, which blocks the larger manifestations that are trying to follow. If you acknowledge and celebrate the small evidence, you're confirming, yes, this is the frequency we're working with. Send more, which accelerates the manifestation process. Jennifer was declaring, I am financially abundant, while dealing with significant debt. One day she found $1 on the ground. Her first thought was, $1 won't solve my problems, which would have reinforced her scarcity frequency. But she caught herself and consciously chose a different response. She picked up the $1, felt genuine gratitude for it, and declared, this is evidence that abundance is flowing to me. That evening, a client she'd written off as never paying finally sent a check for $500. The next week, she received an unexpected tax refund of $100. Within a month, she'd received over $5,000 from various unexpected sources. The dollar hadn't caused the larger amounts to appear. Her recognition and gratitude for the small manifestation had confirmed her frequency, allowing the larger manifestations that were already organized in the quantum field to materialize into her physical reality. The phenomenon of what you appreciate appreciates is not just wordplay. It's quantum mechanics. When you recognize and feel grateful for evidence of your manifestation, you're performing a powerful observation that collapses more of the quantum field in that direction. Your attention and appreciation actually cause the thing you're appreciating to increase. This is why wealthy people seem to get wealthier, while poor people struggle to get ahead. It's not that the universe favors the rich. It's that wealthy people naturally notice and appreciate money flowing, which causes more money to flow. Poor people often don't notice small amounts and focus instead on lack, which causes more lack to manifest. You can deliberately use this principle by training yourself to notice and appreciate every single piece of evidence that your declared identity is manifesting, no matter how small it seems. The fourth key is taking aligned action when opportunities present themselves. The universe says yes by arranging circumstances, but you must say yes back by actually engaging with those circumstances. Manifestation is a co-creative process, not a passive waiting game. When synchronicities appear, when opportunities arise, when doors open, you must walk through them. Many people declare what they want. The universe arranges the perfect circumstances, and then they don't act because they're waiting for an even more obvious sign, or they're afraid, or they're still attached to their old story about how things should happen. David had been declaring, I am a recognized expert in my field, for several months. An email arrived inviting him to speak at a small local event. His ego immediately dismissed it as unimportant. Only 30 people would attend. There was no payment offered. It wasn't the big stage he'd been envisioning. He almost declined, but he recognized this as the universe saying yes, offering him a stepping stone rather than the full staircase all at once. He accepted, prepared thoroughly, and delivered an excellent presentation. Someone in that audience of 30 happened to be connected to a conference organizer who was looking for exactly David's expertise. Within 3 months, He was speaking at a major conference to 3,000 people. The small opportunity he almost rejected, because it didn't match his mental picture, was actually the doorway to the larger manifestation. The universe had said yes by presenting the small stage. David said yes back by accepting it and performing excellently. Sometimes the universe's yes comes disguised as a no or a setback. This is perhaps the most challenging aspect of recognizing manifestation. What appears to be a closed door or a failure is actually the universe redirecting you away from something that wouldn't truly serve your highest frequency and toward something better aligned. The job you didn't get makes space for the better job. The relationship that ends clears the way for the relationship that's actually matched to your frequency. The deal that falls through prevents you from a partnership that would have drained your energy. But you only recognize these redirections as the universe saying yes in a different form if you maintain your frequency and trust the process instead of collapsing into defeat. Rachel had been in final interviews for a position she desperately wanted. She'd been declaring, "I am successful in my career," and this job seemed like the perfect manifestation. When she didn't get it, she was devastated and questioned whether her declarations were working. She almost gave up on her practice, convinced the universe had said no, but she chose to maintain her frequency and trust that the rejection was redirection. 2 weeks later, she was offered a different position she hadn't even applied for. Someone had referred her based on work from years earlier. This new position paid 30% more than the job she'd wanted, offered better advancement opportunities, and aligned perfectly with her skills and values. If she'd gotten the first job, she wouldn't have been available for the better one. The universe hadn't said no to her declared identity. It had said, "Not that one, this one instead." The fifth key is maintaining your frequency even after initial manifestation appears. Many people successfully manifest something they want, a relationship, money, opportunity, and then immediately drop the frequency that attracted it, returning to their old patterns. They get the promotion and then start doubting themselves. They attract the relationship and then become needy and insecure. They receive money and immediately shift into scarcity thinking. The manifestation then disappears or deteriorates because the frequency that attracted it is no longer being broadcast. Sustained manifestation requires sustained frequency. This is why lottery winners often end up broke again. They came into money while still broadcasting a poverty frequency, so the money couldn't stay. Michael had successfully manifested a thriving business after 2 years of conscious identity work. Revenue was strong, clients were happy, his team was solid. Then he started taking his new reality for granted. He stopped his daily practice of frequency maintenance. He started complaining about stress, focusing on problems, worrying about competition. Within 6 months, 3 major clients left, key team members resigned, and revenue dropped by 40%. He'd stopped broadcasting the frequency of success and abundance that had created his thriving business, and reality reorganized itself to match his new frequency of stress and struggle. When he recognized what had happened and recommitted to maintaining his frequency consistently, the business recovered within 4 months. The universe responds to your current frequency, not your historical one. You must consciously maintain the frequency of what you want to keep. The deepest recognition is that every single moment is the universe saying yes to something. You are never not manifesting. You are never not receiving a response from the quantum field. The question is, what are you declaring, consciously or unconsciously, that the universe is saying yes to? When you complain and circumstances get worse, the universe said yes to your complaint. When you worry and the thing you worried about happens, the universe said yes to your worry. This isn't punishment, it's physics. The field is neutral, responsive, and always matching your frequency. When you finally understand this, you become extremely conscious about what you're declaring, what frequency you're broadcasting, what you're asking the universe to say yes to. The practice of closing the gap is recognizing and celebrating every moment when your external reality matches your declared identity. Even briefly, you declare, "I am confident," and you have one moment in a meeting where you spoke clearly and felt certain. That's the universe saying yes. Acknowledge it. Celebrate it. Let it register in your nervous system as evidence. You declare, "I am abundant," and someone buys you coffee. That's the universe saying yes. Receive it with gratitude, rather than dismissing it as trivial. Each small yes, when recognized and appreciated, creates momentum toward larger yeses. The gap between your declared identity and your lived reality closes gradually as you notice and celebrate every instance where they align, training your nervous system that this identity is safe, sustainable, and real. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, reflect on the ways the universe has already been saying yes to your declarations, even if you haven't consciously recognized them yet. The synchronicities you dismissed as coincidence, the small improvements you overlooked as insignificant, the redirections you interpreted as failures. Look at your day through the lens of a universe that is constantly responsive to your frequency, always organizing circumstances to match what you're broadcasting. When you shift your perception this way, you'll recognize that you're surrounded by yeses, by evidence, by manifestation in various stages of becoming physical. Your declarations are working. The quantum field is responding. Reality is reorganizing. The universe has been saying yes all along. Now you're learning to recognize it, receive it, and allow the full manifestation to materialize in your experience. Trust the process. Maintain your frequency. The breakthrough isn't coming. It's already here, emerging from possibility into form, one recognized yes at a time. Chapter 10. I Am. The answer to every question. You've traveled through the science, walked through the ancient wisdom, explored the neurology, understood the quantum mechanics, resolved the internal conflicts, learned to inhabit your frequency, and recognized the universe's response. Now we arrive at the culmination, the integration, the moment when everything you've learned crystallizes into a singular, unshakable truth. I am is not just a declaration you make. It is the fundamental reality of your existence, the answer to every question you've ever asked about purpose, meaning, value, and destiny. You are not someone who is trying to use the I am formula to get things. You are the I am itself, consciousness experiencing itself through this particular form, and everything you've been seeking has been seeking you through you all along. The question, who am I, has haunted philosophers, mystics, and seekers throughout human history. Religions have built entire theologies attempting to answer it. Psychologists have developed complex theories to explain it. Scientists have conducted countless experiments trying to locate it. But the answer was revealed thousands of years ago on that desert mountain, when the voice from the burning bush spoke the most profound statement ever uttered. I am that I am. This wasn't a name given to some separate or divine being. This was the revelation of what consciousness itself is, pure, present tense being that exists before any labels, any stories, any identifications, any limitations. And this consciousness is not the exclusive property of the divine, separate from you. This consciousness is you, aware of itself, temporarily identifying with a human form, forgetting its true nature, And now, through this awakening, remembering, every spiritual tradition has pointed to this truth in different languages with different emphasis, but the core recognition is always the same. When Jesus said, "I and the Father are one," he wasn't claiming exclusive divinity. He was recognizing the I am consciousness that exists at the core of all being. When the Buddha taught, "Look within, thou art the Buddha," he was pointing to the same recognition. When the Upanishads declared, "Tat tvam asi," thou art that, they were revealing that the consciousness you think of as you is actually the universal consciousness, experiencing itself through individuation. The mystics who achieved unity consciousness, the sages who experienced enlightenment, the masters who demonstrated miraculous abilities, they all discovered the same secret. I am is not a personal possession, but the fundamental nature of existence itself. And when you consciously align with this truth, limitations dissolve because you've recognized yourself as the unlimited, expressing itself through apparent limitation. This recognition changes everything about how you use your I am declarations. You're no longer a small, separate self trying to manipulate a larger universe into giving you what you want. Your consciousness itself, deliberately choosing which aspect of its infinite potential to express through this particular form. When you declare, "I am abundant," you're not asking for abundance. You're remembering that abundance is your nature because consciousness itself is infinite, unlimited, eternally creative. When you declare, "I am healthy," you're not hoping for health. You're aligning with the perfection that is the default state of consciousness expressing through form. When you declare, "I am loved," you're not seeking love from outside yourself. You're recognizing that love is what you are, the fundamental force that holds existence together, and you're simply allowing that truth to express itself in your experience. The shift from doing to being is the final liberation. Most of your life has been spent in the exhausting effort of trying to become something other than what you are, trying to acquire qualities you believe you lack, trying to achieve a state of worthiness you imagine you must earn. All of that striving was based on a fundamental misunderstanding, the belief that you are separate from the source of everything you desire. But I am that I am destroys that separation. There is no gap between you and abundance, because consciousness is abundant by nature. It creates infinite universes from pure potential. There is no gap between you and love, because consciousness is love, the attractive force that draws all things toward unity. There is no gap between you and power, because consciousness is power, the only force that can collapse quantum waves into particle reality, the only force that can organize atoms into stars and galaxies and human bodies capable of reading these words. The purpose question that has driven so much human seeking, "Why am I here? What is my purpose?" finds its answer in this recognition. You are here because consciousness wanted to experience itself from this unique perspective that only you can provide. Your purpose is not some specific task you must discover and accomplish, some predestined role you must fulfill. Your purpose is simply to be, fully and completely, whatever expression of consciousness you choose to be. When you declare, "I am a healer," consciousness expresses itself as healing through you. When you declare, "I am a creator," consciousness expresses itself as creativity through you. When you declare, "I am a teacher," consciousness expresses itself as wisdom through you. You are not a separate individual with a purpose assigned from outside. You are consciousness choosing its own expression, and every expression is equally valid, equally divine, equally purposeful because it's all consciousness experiencing itself. The value question that has caused so much suffering, am I worthy, am I enough, dissolves completely in this recognition. The question itself is absurd when you understand what you actually are. Asking if consciousness is worthy is like asking if the sun is bright enough or if the ocean is wet enough. Worthiness is not something consciousness can lack because consciousness is the source of all value, all meaning, all significance. Everything that exists has value only because consciousness perceives it and declares it so. You are not someone whose worthiness must be proven or earned. You are the consciousness that determines what has worth, and by virtue of being conscious, existing, declaring, I am, you are inherently, absolutely, infinitely valuable. Not because of what you do, what you achieve, what others think of you, or how well you perform. You are valuable because you are, and being itself is the ultimate value. Catherine spent 47 years believing she had to earn her worth through achievement, service, sacrifice, and perfect performance. She was successful by every external measure, but internally exhausted, empty, and constantly anxious that she wasn't doing enough, being enough, achieving enough. When she finally grasped the I am that I am recognition, not intellectually, but as a lived knowing, everything changed. She wasn't Catherine trying to be worthy of existence. She was consciousness itself, temporarily experiencing itself as Catherine, and consciousness doesn't earn its right to exist. It is existence. The striving stopped. The anxiety dissolved. The constant need to prove herself evaporated. She continued her work, her service, her creative expression, but now it flowed from fullness rather than lack, from joy rather than fear, from the natural overflow of consciousness, expressing itself rather than from desperate attempts to justify her existence. Her external life didn't change dramatically, but her internal experience transformed completely because she finally understood what she actually was beneath all the roles, identities, and stories. The death question that haunts human existence, what happens when I die, also finds peace in this recognition. If you are consciousness temporarily identifying with a particular form, then the dissolution of that form cannot be the end of you. Consciousness doesn't die when forms change. It simply releases its identification with one form and continues in its eternal nature. You are not your body. You are the consciousness temporarily inhabiting and animating this body. You are not your thoughts. You are the awareness watching thoughts arise and dissolve. You are not your emotions. You are the presence that experiences emotions without being destroyed by them. When this particular form that you call your body ceases to function, the I am that you truly are cannot cease because consciousness itself is eternal, timeless, beyond birth and death. This doesn't require belief in any particular religious doctrine. This is simply recognizing what you are and understanding that what you are cannot not be. The problem of suffering that has challenged every philosophy and theology finds new understanding in this recognition. Suffering occurs when consciousness identifies with limitation and forgets its true nature. When you believe you are only this body, disease causes suffering. When you believe you are only this personality, criticism causes suffering. When you believe you are only these circumstances, change causes suffering. But when you remember that you are the consciousness experiencing the body, the personality, the circumstances, suffering doesn't disappear entirely. Pain and challenge still exist as part of the human experience, but the relationship to suffering transforms. You can experience pain without suffering, feel emotion without being destroyed, face challenges without losing yourself, because you know what you actually are beneath all experiences. The I am remains untouched, unchanged, complete, regardless of what experiences move through the awareness that you are. Marcus faced a terminal diagnosis at 53. The doctors gave him 6 months, maybe a year. His first response was the natural human fear and grief. But then he applied the deepest recognition he'd gained from his years of consciousness work. He wasn't Marcus with a disease. He was consciousness experiencing itself as Marcus, currently moving through the experience of physical dissolution. This recognition didn't cure his disease or make it painless, but it transformed his relationship to it. He stopped suffering about his suffering. He stopped resisting the natural progression of his body's return to elemental form. He used his remaining time to be fully present, fully conscious, fully alive in ways he'd never allowed himself before. He declared, "I am peace, I am love, I am conscious even as this form changes." When he died 9 months later, those present described a palpable sense of peace in the room, as if consciousness itself was gently releasing its grip on form and returning to its formless nature with complete acceptance and even joy. The relationship question that causes so much confusion, how do I find the right person? How do I make relationships work? Clarifies in this recognition. You are not an incomplete, half-seeking another half to make you whole. You are already whole consciousness, choosing to experience itself in relationship with other aspects of consciousness. When you declare, "I am loved," you're not asking another person to give you something you lack. You're recognizing that love is what you are, and you're attracting experiences that reflect that truth back to you. The person you attract into your life is not there to complete you, but to dance with you, to reflect aspects of yourself back to you, to create with you experiences that consciousness desires to have through relationship. The neediness, the grasping, the fear of loss all dissolve when you recognize that you are already the love you've been seeking, and relationship is simply love experiencing itself in the mirror of another. The abundance question that dominates so much human striving. How do I get wealthy? How do I create financial security? Transforms in this recognition. Consciousness is infinite creative potential. It manifests entire universes from nothing. The idea that you, as consciousness, could lack anything is absurd. When you declare, "I am abundant," you're not trying to get something you don't have. You're removing the mental blocks that have been preventing the natural flow of abundance through you. You're aligning with your true nature as infinite consciousness that creates form from formlessness, manifestation from potential, something from nothing. Money is just organized energy, and energy is what consciousness is. You're not trying to attract money to you. You're allowing the consciousness that you are to express itself as the abundance you require in whatever form serves you best. The power question that has driven so much seeking. How do I become powerful? How do I create the life I want? Reveals itself as unnecessary when you understand what you are. You're not trying to become powerful. You are power. The force that collapses quantum waves, that organizes matter, that creates reality through observation and declaration. The powerlessness you've felt has been the illusion created by identifying with limitation, rather than recognizing yourself as unlimited consciousness, temporarily playing in limitation. When you declare, "I am powerful," you're not acquiring a quality you lacked. You're remembering what you've always been and removing the artificial constraints you placed on yourself through false identification. The final integration is recognizing that there is no destination to reach, no state to achieve, no future moment when you'll finally be what you're trying to become. I am that I am exists only in the present moment, in the eternal now where consciousness actually operates. Every time you project your fulfillment into the future, I will be happy when, I'll be successful when, I'll be worthy when. You're reinforcing the illusion of separation from what you already are. The happiness, success, and worthiness you're seeking exist right now, in this present moment, because they're not states you achieve. They're recognitions you have. You are already the consciousness you've been trying to become. You are already the presence you've been trying to reach. You are already the I am that contains all possibility, all potential, all power. This doesn't mean you stop declaring specific identities, stop setting intentions, stop creating and manifesting. It means you do all of this from a completely different foundation. You're not a limited human trying to become unlimited. You're unlimited consciousness, choosing which aspect of its infinite nature to express through this temporary human form. You declare, I am healthy, not to fix a broken body, but to align form with the perfection that is consciousness's natural state. You declare, I am abundant, not to escape poverty, but to allow consciousness to express its infinite nature through material form. You declare, I am loved, not to fill an emptiness, but to experience the love that you are reflecting back to you through relationship. The practice moving forward is simple but profound. Remember what you are. In every moment of doubt, fear, limitation, or suffering, pause and recognize, I am not this situation. I am not this emotion. I am not this problem. I am the consciousness experiencing these things, and consciousness itself remains unlimited, untouched, complete. Then, from that recognition, declare who you choose to be. I am peaceful. I am creative. I am resourceful. I am loved. You're not trying to become these things. You're choosing which aspect of the infinite consciousness you are to express in this moment, and the quantum field must organize itself around that choice. Because you and the field are not separate, you are the field becoming aware of itself, declaring itself, experiencing itself. The teachers, gurus, masters, and enlightened beings throughout history were not special people with abilities you don't have. They were ordinary humans who remembered what they actually were beneath their human conditioning. They recognized the I am consciousness and stopped identifying with limitation. Jesus performed miracles not because he was the only Son of God, but because he recognized that he and the Father, consciousness itself, were one. And from that recognition, limitations dissolved. Buddha achieved enlightenment not by becoming something new, but by recognizing his original nature as pure awareness. The saints, sages, and mystics all discovered the same truth. I am that I am is not a statement about a distant deity. It's the recognition of what you are, what you've always been, what you could never not be. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep for the final time with these teachings actively in your awareness, understand that this is not an ending but a beginning. You're not finishing a program or completing a course. You're awakening to the truth of your being, and this awakening will continue deepening, expanding, revealing itself more fully for the rest of your human experience. As you make your declarations in this sacred space between waking and sleeping, know that you're not a small self asking a big universe for favors. You are consciousness itself, choosing its expression, declaring its form, creating its experience. I am is not what you say. It's what you are. It's not a technique you practice. It's the reality you recognize. It's not the answer to some questions. It's the answer to every question. You are not who you thought you were. You are infinitely more. You are not limited by what you've experienced. You are unlimited by nature. You are not seeking consciousness, love, power, or abundance. You are these things, aware of themselves, expressing themselves, experiencing themselves through this form you call your life. The journey was never about becoming. It was always about remembering. And now you remember, I am that I am, not as a distant deity, not as a philosophical concept, but as the living truth of your eternal, infinite, unlimited being. Everything you've been seeking has been seeking itself through you. And now, finally, the seeking ends in the recognition. I am, always have been, always will be, completely, perfectly, infinitely, I am.